Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the lost Primarch of the Second Legion. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I thank you guys for the support. You have been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The palace had begun to consume its own dead. Beneath the western foundations, where foundations older than the Imperium lay entombed beneath later ages of stone, Labour battalions worked by lumen flare and the pallid glow of electro-torches. Men dug through the buried bones of terror, while the greatest fortress ever raised by human hands trembled above them. Every impact from the traitor bombardment came down through the strata as a long subterranean groan. Dust sifted from the vaulted ceilings. Iron braces shuddered. Ancient mosaics cracked beneath the boots of prisoners, conscripts and penal labourers too exhausted to look upward. The overseers drove them on regardless. Clear the collapse. Brace the western throat. Move, you corpse-born bastards. Shock mauls cracked against backs already striped with blood. Chain gangs hauled blocks of broken granite into rusting lifters. Servitors crawled through the dust on piston limbs, their surgical tools whining as they cut reinforcing channels through masonry laid before the rise of the Emperor. No one knew what the buried level had once been. No one had been ordered to ask. They had excavated for 11 hours when the first drill struck metal. The sound was wrong. It was not the flat scream of iron, nor the shriek of adamantium beneath a cutting head. It was deeper, almost resonant. The note rolled through the chamber and remained after the drill had stopped, humming through teeth and skulls. The labourer operating the machine pulled back from the controls. Overseer. The overseer limped forward, one eye replaced by a cracked augmetic lens. He raised his electro-torch. Dust fell away from a surface the colour of old blood. Brass, not a plate, not a support, a door. The Labour battalions cleared around it under the lash. Spades struck black stone. Servo lifters tore away collapsed masonry. Slowly, a portico emerged from the rock, colossal in scale, its pillars thick enough to contain hab-block stairwells. The lintel bore no name, no heraldry, no imperial aquila. Only two upright strokes, the archaic numeral for the second. The overseer stared at it. Behind him, hundreds of labourers stopped working. For one impossible moment, no one spoke. Then, every lumen in the excavation died. Darkness swallowed the chamber. Men began to mutter. A chain rattled. Somewhere in the black, a labourer whimpered that he had heard breathing behind the door. Golden light ignited at the tunnel mouth. The custodians entered first. They came in a line of 5, each warrior encased in auramite plate that seemed to carry its own dawn into the buried dark. Guardian spears rested in their hands. Crimson plumes brushed the low ceiling. Their presence silenced the labourers more completely than any overseer's whip. Men who had spent months beneath bombardment, disease and summary execution fell to their knees without being commanded. Rogel Dawn followed. He wore the gold and white of his legion beneath a mantle grey with palace dust. Stone powder lay upon his armour. A fresh gouge marked one pauldron, cut there by debris from a bastion that had collapsed less than an hour before. His face was bloodless with fatigue, but his eyes remained hard and awake. At his side walked Malcador the Sigillite. The old man seemed impossibly frail among the demigods surrounding him. He leaned upon his staff. His hood shadowed his narrow face. Only his eyes suggested the force hidden within the thin frame, and those eyes fixed upon the brass door with an expression that Dawn had seen only twice before. Fear, mastered but not extinguished. The overseer bowed so low his forehead struck the ground. "My Lord Praetorian, we found it beneath the secondary western load-bearing trench. We touched nothing beyond the outer surface. No seals have been broken." Dawn did not answer. His gaze had settled upon the numeral. 2 upright strokes, nothing more. He knew no sigil associated with them, no campaign honour, no palace district, no gene vault designation that should have survived into the age of war. Yet his primary heart struck hard enough to hurt. Then the secondary followed. Blood ran warm from his left nostril. Dawn raised a gauntleted hand and touched it. His fingertips came away red. Malcador watched him. Praetorian. What is this place? The sigillite turned to the custodians. Remove the labor force. The overseer sagged with relief. Back to the upper trenches, my lords? Malcador looked at him. The old man's voice remained gentle. No. The custodians moved. A guardian spear thrust through the overseer's chest before he could rise. The weapon's energy field flared, boiling organs inside his ribcage. Steam burst from his mouth. The custodian tore the blade free, and the man folded around the hole where his heart had been. The laborers screamed. Some ran. Most had nowhere to go. Bolter fire thundered in the confined chamber. Mass reactive shells struck men in the back and detonated inside them. Bodies burst apart. Torsos opened in sprays of shattered vertebrae and liquefied viscera. One laborer lost both legs at the hip and crawled through the remains of the man before him, fingers clawing at the floor until a second bolt blew his head into a fan of bone and brain matter. The custodians did not waste motion. They advanced through the chain gangs with the measured precision of execution engines. Spears opened throats and abdominal cavities. Armored fists broke skulls. A fleeing prisoner struck a custodian's breastplate with both hands, begging for mercy, and received the butt of a guardian spear through his face. Teeth and fragments of jaw spun through the dark. It ended quickly. The last laborer was a boy scarcely old enough to shave. He crouched behind a servo lifter, hands clamped over his ears, whispering a prayer to the emperor. A custodian found him. The boy looked up into the golden faceplate. I saw nothing. The spear descended. Dawn watched until silence returned. Blood flowed between the flagstones and gathered around his boots. You ordered witnesses slain inside the palace, he said. I ordered a danger contained. They were loyal. They were informed. That is not the same crime. Today it is. Malcador lifted his staff and pointed toward the tunnel. Seal this excavation. Fill the approach with ferrocrete. Collapse the upper access shafts. The chamber is to remain untouched. Dawn did not move. No. The custodians turned their helms toward him. Malcador's expression hardened. This is not a matter for debate. All matters affecting the defense of Terra are mine to judge. Not this one. Dawn stepped over a disemboweled laborer and approached the brass. The closer he came, the harder his hearts beat. His armor displayed warnings across the inside of his vision. Blood pressure elevated, neural activity unstable, autosenses unable to account for the sudden decline in temperature. The air tasted of copper and old storms. Malcador spoke behind him. Rogel. Dawn stopped. The sigillite almost never used his given name. Do not touch the door. Dawn placed his palm against the brass. The palace vanished. He stood beneath a burning sky. A mountain rose before him, but it was not stone. It was men. Tens of thousands of corpses heaped one atop another, stripped, broken and black with fire. Limbs protruded from the mass. Hands opened and closed in dying reflex. Blood ran down the slope in thick rivers. A pale giant stood upon the summit. He was taller than any warrior, broad-shouldered beneath armor without heraldry. Fire reflected in his eyes. His face. Dawn tried to see it. Pain entered his skull. Not pain as mortals understood it. Not a wound of flesh or bone. Something hooked behind his eyes and dragged backward through his mind. Barbs tore across memories. Names burst like rotten fruit. Images of forgotten halls flashed and vanished before he could grasp them. The giant turned toward a second figure, radiant even beneath the burning heavens. The Emperor. The pale giant spoke. Why must mankind be permitted to disobey? The words struck Dawn with the force of a siege ram. He saw another chamber, A table made for 20, 2 seats standing empty. He saw a brother's hand closing around his wrist. He saw Gilliman, younger, furious, demanding that a name be spared. He saw Russ weeping where no one could witness it. He saw the sigillite raising his staff. Then every memory folded inward. Dawn tore his hand from the door. He staggered back 1 step. 1 step was all that betrayed him. Blood poured from both nostrils now. A crimson tear slid from the corner of his right eye. Malcador caught his arm. "You fool!" Who was he? There was no one. Dawn seized the old man's robes and lifted him from the ground. "Do not lie to me." The custodians lowered their spears. Malcador did not struggle. "You asked for this," he whispered. Dawn's grip tightened. "What did I ask?" "To forget." The next bombardment impact shook the excavation. The brass door rang like a funeral bell. Long before the palace became a fortress, long before Terra's skies filled with the ships of rebellion, there had been another chamber beneath the world. No banners hung there, no priests sang, no mortal congregation witnessed the act of creation. The gene vaults were places of machinery, blood, and forbidden science. It was the 792nd year of the 30th millennium. 20 gestation capsules hung within the cavern, suspended from towers of black iron and silver conduits. Each vessel was larger than a battle tank. Nutrient fluids churned behind armored crystal. Within each floated a body fashioned not by nature, but by deliberate violation of it. Suns made as weapons, suns made as generals, suns made to conquer the species from which they had been shaped. Warning sirens screamed, containment seals ruptured one after another, servo arms lashed through the air, banks of instruments exploded, vomiting sparks and molten metal. Adepts died at their stations as psychic pressure burst the vessels in their eyes and forced blood from every opening in their skulls. The Emperor stood at the center of the storm. Malcador stood behind him, shielding his face from a wind that did not belong to the material universe. The walls of the vault stretched away into impossible distance. Darkness opened between the capsules. Within it, shapes moved that no human eye had evolved to witness. The first capsule vanished, then another. Golden restraint fields flared around the remaining vessels, bright enough to bleach color from the chamber. The Emperor raised one hand, and reality bent toward his will. For a heartbeat, the scattering stopped. Within the capsule marked for the second, an infant opened his eyes. He did not cry. His gaze moved through the armored crystal and settled upon the Emperor. Recognition passed between them. Then impossible light swallowed the vessel. The capsule was wrenched sideways without moving. Its metal frame stretched into a line thinner than a blade. The infant remained visible for a fraction of a second, calm within a storm capable of tearing worlds apart. Then he was gone. More capsules followed. The vault became a slaughterhouse of collapsing machinery. A severed conduit whipped through a cluster of technicians and cut 3 men in half. Their upper bodies struck the floor, while their legs remained standing for a moment in sprays of arterial blood. Fire ran along the gantries. Servitors burned in their restraints, mouths opening and closing around commands they no longer possessed the organs to obey. Malcador looked toward his master. The Emperor showed no grief, no panic, no rage. He watched his creations stolen from him with a face carved from the certainty of ages. Yet when the storm subsided, when 20 empty spaces hung where the future had been, his gaze returned to the place of the second capsule. He looked at it longer than the others. Far from Terra, beneath a sky poisoned black by centuries of atomic war, a star fell into the salt desert. It struck with enough force to flatten the ruins surrounding the impact site. Sand became glass. Dead trees ignited. A column of dust rose into the heavens and spread beneath the clouds like a wound opening across the world. Scavengers reached the crater before the fortress patrols. They came in rad cloaks, stitched from human skin, and armor plates cut from ancient vehicles. Their rifles were crude chemical weapons. Their faces were wrapped against the poison wind. At the center of the crater lay a broken metal capsule. Inside it sat a child. He was unburned. The scavengers stared. One laughed. Fresh meat. The child looked at him. The scavenger entered the crater and caught him by one arm. The child's hand closed around the man's skull. There was no struggle. His fingers pressed inward. Bone cracked. The scavenger screamed once before his eye sockets collapsed. Blood jetted from his nose. The child tightened his grip until the skull broke apart between his hands and grey matter spilled across his wrists. The other scavengers fled. The child watched them go. He did not pursue. He turned instead toward the horizon, where fortress cities rose from the poisoned plain. Their towers were made from black stone and the rusting hulls of machines left by forgotten ages. Chimneys vomited radioactive smoke. Along the outer walls, condemned prisoners were fed into furnace mouths to keep the rad reactors burning. The child began to walk. Within a month, he had the body of a youth. Within 3, he stood taller than any grown warrior. Within 6, he had learned every language spoken within the fortress of Lord Archenval. He learned by listening to guards insult one another, by reading military decrees, by ordering scribes to bring him every surviving book from the sealed archives. He read histories of failed alliances, broken truces and dynasties destroyed by sons who had sworn loyalty to fathers. He memorized artillery tables, crop yields, population censuses, and the bloodlines of every ruling house within 1,000 leagues. He also studied the dead. Prisoners were delivered to his chambers. He opened them with knives. He examined the arrangement of organs, the strength of bone, the placement of arteries, and the amount of blood a man could lose before consciousness failed. He learned how long pain might preserve obedience, and when pain became useless. One prisoner screamed until the sound irritated him. The pale youth placed 2 fingers against the man's throat. Cease. The prisoner could not. The fingers closed. Cartilage collapsed. The scream became a bubbling hiss. The youth watched the man suffocate, studying the change in color around his lips. Lord Val observed from the chamber doorway. "Does it please you?" The youth looked up. "No." "Then why do it?" "To understand where men break." Val smiled. He believed he had adopted a weapon. He did not understand that the weapon was already measuring him. The wars of that world had continued for so long that no living man remembered their beginning. Fortress fought fortress for water, fuel, metal, and blood. Every peace ended with poison in a cup, or artillery fired beneath a flag of truce. The youth studied the pattern. "The treaties fail because the defeated remain capable of vengeance," he told Val. "Then kill their rulers. Their sons inherit grievance. Kill the sons. Their soldiers inherit grievance." Val laughed. "Then kill everyone." The youth considered that. "No, a dead population produces nothing." He reorganized Val's armies. Warrior clans became disciplined cohorts. Ammunition was counted. Officers were chosen by competence rather than birth. Artillery batteries were placed in overlapping belts. Armored reserves waited beyond the horizon, instead of charging with the first assault. 3 officers altered his deployment before the first battle. He had them executed in front of their commands. Their bodies were hung from gun barrels until the flesh peeled from their bones. The campaign lasted 9 hours. Enemy columns advanced into the first killing ground and found trenches apparently abandoned. When they pursued, concealed guns opened behind them. Shells burst among packed infantry. Men vanished into sprays of blood and cloth. Tanks burned with crews trapped inside, pounding upon hatches until ammunition detonated and threw flaming torsos across the field. The survivors fled toward the eastern road. Armored reserves met them there. By nightfall, the enemy host no longer existed. Those captured alive were impaled along the roads leading toward the remaining fortress cities. The stakes passed through groin, abdomen, and chest. Some took days to die. Their cries traveled across the salt plains. Val walked beside his adopted son beneath the hanging bodies. This is cruelty. This is instruction. To whom? To those not yet defeated. The siege of Garad proved the lesson. The defenders broke open their own habdomes and drove civilians into the breach. Old men, laborers and children were chained together before the shattered gate. Behind them waited soldiers with rifles pressed against their backs. Val ordered the guns silent. The pale giant countermanded him. The batteries fired. Heavy shells struck the breach. The first detonation turned hundreds of bodies into mist. The second hurled limbs across the walls. Bone fragments hissed through the air like shrapnel. Soldiers and hostages became one heaving mass of opened flesh. The cohorts advanced. Blood filled the breach deep enough to cover their boots. Men slipped on intestines. One soldier fell face first into the split abdomen of a civilian and rose vomiting, his helmet filled with another man's organs. Val found his adopted son watching from the command ridge. You butchered them. The defenders did. You gave the order. They made the tactic effective. They were innocents. If spared, they would become a shield used at every fortress from here to the polar wastes. The giant's expression remained empty. Mercy must never reward effective cruelty. The world fell before him. Millions died in the final season. Cities burned. Dynasties ended beneath firing squads. Whole bloodlines were taken from their homes and cast into execution pits because one son or brother had joined an uprising. Then the wars stopped. Food convoys crossed the deserts without escort. Theft vanished. No fortress challenged another. Children recited obedience codes beneath the gaze of soldiers. Public squares remained clean except on execution days. The cities were silent. The Primarch called it peace. In the 821st year of the 30th millennium, new stars appeared above the world. They were not stars. The Imperial Expeditionary Fleet translated from the warp in ranks of impossible grandeur. Battleships eclipsed moons. Escort vessels spread across the system. Auger stations drowned beneath targeting signals and engine wakes. Every defense cannon on the planet turned toward the sky. The Primarch studied the fleet's disposition for less than a minute. Lower all weapons. Lord Val, old now and sustained by crude machines, stared at him from the command throne. They have entered our range. No. They are above us. We are within theirs. The order was transmitted. Across the world, guns descended. The fleet did not fire. 3 figures entered the fortress throne room. The first required no guard. Gold burned around him, not reflected from armor or carried by flame, but radiating from flesh shaped like a man and inhabited by something vastly greater. Behind him came Horus Lupercal, broad and noble, his expression carrying the warmth of a brother not yet met. Leman Russ entered last. The Wolf King looked upon the silent court, the execution pits beyond the windows, and the pale ruler seated upon a throne of fused weapons. Russ smiled without humor. The Primarch rose. He looked directly into the Emperor's radiance. He did not kneel. He did not ask the stranger's name. "You possess my face in older flesh," he said. "Explain why." The throne room had been built to make men feel small. Its ceiling vanished into smoke above iron vaults. Rad flames burned in braziers fashioned from the mouths of artillery pieces, casting a diseased green light across walls plated with the weapons of conquered dynasties. Rifles, blades, and tank cannon had been heated, beaten, and fused together until they formed a single metallic skin over the chamber. No banner moved in the still air. No courtier dared speak. At the far end of the hall, the pale ruler of the world stood before his throne of broken arms and regarded the 3 strangers who had crossed his empire without resistance. The Emperor looked upon him as a craftsman might examine a weapon recovered from ruin. Horus Lupercal wore a restrained smile. There was warmth in it, yet calculation lived behind the warmth. The dark-haired giant understood courts, silences, and the distances between words. He had recognized within moments that flattery would fail here. Leman Russ stood half a pace behind them, his immense frame draped in pelts taken from beasts that had never known this poisoned world. The Wolf King's hair was the color of dirty winter sunlight. His eyes held no reverence for the chamber and no patience for its theater. He looked at the pale ruler, then at the execution pits visible through the windows, then back again. The ruler repeated his demand. "You possess my face in older flesh. Explain why." The emperor answered without anger, "Because I made you." The words traveled through the throne room with no need for amplification. Every mortal who heard them lowered his head. Some collapsed to their knees. Lord Archenval remained seated in the lesser throne below his adopted son, but the machinery sustaining his ancient body began to shriek as his pulse accelerated. The pale giant showed no surprise. "You claim authorship. I claim fatherhood. Those are not identical." "No," said the emperor, "they are not." The ruler stepped down from the dais. He wore armor forged on a world that had forgotten the principles of its own industry. Black plate enclosed his limbs, thick with rivets and repairs. Radiation seals hissed at the joints. The breastplate bore no heraldry beyond a simple vertical division carved into the metal. At his side hung a broad-bladed sword made from the barrel of an atomic-age cannon. He stopped within striking distance of the emperor. Horus watched the newcomer's hands. Russ watched his eyes. "You created me," the ruler said. "For what function?" "To lead." "Whom?" "Your sons." A faint contraction touched the muscles beside the Primarch's mouth. It was not emotion as Horus understood it. It was the physical acknowledgement of information that required reassessment. "How many?" "The Legion awaiting you numbers in the tens of thousands," said the Emperor. "Current combat strength?" Horus's smile deepened. The Emperor replied, "That will be given to you." "Recruitment rate?" "You will receive the apothecarian roles." "Gene seed failure?" "Below the median of the Legiones Astartes." "Fleet displacement?" "Greater than the forces necessary to subdue this system." "Casualty projections for the next campaign year?" "Unknown until your operational theater is assigned." The pale Primarch considered each answer without comment. "What constitutes lawful compliance?" Horus glanced at Russ. The Wolf King remained expressionless, though one of his hands had settled upon the pommel of the frost blade at his hip. The Emperor said, "Recognition of imperial sovereignty, submission to the laws of terror, provision of tithes, military support, and access to resources required by the Great Crusade. What liberties remain to a compliant world? Those which do not threaten human unity. Who determines what constitutes a threat? I do." Only then did the ruler ask, "Why was I abandoned here?" The silence that followed was longer than the others. "You were taken from me," said the Emperor. "By an enemy? By forces that sought to prevent mankind's reunification. Did those forces survive?" "Yes." "Then why are we standing here?" Horus laughed. The sound was rich, genuine, and startling in the dead chamber. The ruler turned his gaze upon him. "I do not understand your response. I believe that is the first thing you have said today that comforts me." Horus stepped forward, his hands empty. "I am Horus Lupercal. I was the first of our kind returned to our father. This is Leman Russ, who was found after me. You are the third." "The third recovered," the pale Primarch corrected. Horus inclined his head. "The third recovered. Then others remain?" "Many. And you call them brothers. We are brothers, by shared origin, by more than blood, when fortune permits it." The ruler looked from Horus to Russ. Russ bared his teeth. The expression might have been a smile. It might have been the promise of an attack. Horus continued, "The galaxy is broken. Human worlds lie isolated behind storms, enslaved by tyrants, consumed by mutation, or preyed upon by Xenos. We are reclaiming them, fleet by fleet, system by system. Our Father has given us the strength to reunite what old night tore apart. And when the work is complete, humanity stands beneath one rule. His. Ours, said Horus, under his authority. The distinction was small. The pale Primarch noticed it. Before he could answer, the Emperor raised one hand. The throne room vanished. The Primarch stood upon terror. He knew it was terror without being told. Knowledge entered him, as light enters an opened chamber. He saw the cradle of mankind drowned beneath poisoned clouds. Continents burned beneath atomic suns. Oceans boiled. Armies of techno-barbarians marched through the ruins of nations whose names had become meaningless sounds. Gene-forged monsters devoured captives beneath banners stitched from skin. Warlords traded, populations for weapons. Children were born into vaults and never saw an unfiltered sky. He saw the Emperor walking through that ruin. Armies rose behind him. Thunder warriors broke fortress gates with their bodies. Custodians moved like blades of gold through hosts of screaming men. Banners bearing the raptor of unification climbed above citadels whose rulers had believed themselves immortal. The vision widened. Mars glowed red beyond the void. Luna burned. Ships rose from rebuilt dockyards in numbers that eclipsed the stars. The first Legiones Astartes embarked beneath the eagle of the Imperium, their armor unadorned, their faces young only by the measure of demigods. The pale Primarch saw the galaxy beyond them, worlds drowning in alien flesh, human kingdoms ruled by machines, colonies praying to things that listened from beyond reality, fleets lost in the tides of the warp, species that had watched mankind weaken and now descended upon its scattered remnants with knives, chains, and feeding organs. He saw campaigns already underway. Legionaries forced their way through breached void shields. Solar auxiliar cohorts advanced beneath the guns of super-heavy tanks. Titans walked through cities while their plasma weapons turned towers and defenders into columns of burning dust. Orbital bombardments scarred continents. Expeditionary fleets carried the symbols of unity through the dark. Beneath it all, he perceived the scale. Not one world, not one dynasty, not one poisoned sphere beneath a dying sun. A species, a million worlds that might one day become one polity if enough enemies were slain and enough human rulers made to understand the inevitability of surrender. The vision released him. The throne room returned in a rush of metal, smoke, and green fire. The Primarch was kneeling. The court released a single breath. Horus's expression softened. Russ did not move. The pale giant looked upward at the Emperor. There was no devotion upon his face, no awe. His kneeling had not been worship. It was assent. "The endeavor is necessary," he said. The Emperor studied him. "Yes. Necessary beyond preference, morality, or local cost. Humanity will not survive division. Then I accept command." Horus crossed the distance between them and embraced him. The newly found Primarch became rigid. Horus's arms closed around his shoulders. For the first time, the ruler of the poisoned world looked uncertain. His hands remained at his sides, fingers open as though awaiting instruction. Horus released him. "That," the pale Primarch said, "served no strategic purpose. No immediate one. Then why? Because I have waited to meet you. You did not know me. I knew you existed. That is not the same." "No," Horus admitted. "It is not." A blade flashed through the air. The Primarch moved. His hand rose, 2 fingers closing upon the knife a handspan from his left eye. The weapon stopped so abruptly that the air cracked around it. The mortal court recoiled. Russ's throwing hand remained extended. The knife was a brutal thing, broad-backed and single-edged, its metal darkened by old blood. The newly found son turned it between his fingers, examined the balance, and looked at Russ. "You intended to miss." Russ laughed. Unlike Horus's earlier amusement, the sound carried the roughness of an animal pleased to discover another predator. "Did I?" "Yes. How do you know? The angle of release placed the blade beside the orbital cavity. You corrected your wrist at the final instant. Russ stepped closer, and had I not, I would have caught it closer to the hilt. The Wolf King took back his knife. You do not boast. I answered. That was the boast. I fail to see the distinction. Russ grinned again, but his eyes remained cold. You will. The Emperor's tour of the conquered world began before the local sun reached its zenith. They traveled through fortress districts in an armored procession. The Emperor rode beside his recovered son. Horus accompanied them, speaking with commanders, workers and officers as though he had known them for years. Russ preferred to walk whenever the procession slowed. He moved among the pale world soldiers with his wolves at his heels, smelling the air and studying the faces of men who would not meet his gaze. The world functioned. That much could not be denied. Conveyor lines carried ore from the salt wastes into the fortress manufactoria. Rad-shielded workers moved in disciplined files. Food transports traveled roads that had once belonged to raiders and warring clans. Guard posts stood at measured intervals. No corpse had been left to rot where disease might spread from it. The guns were clean. The ammunition was counted. The people were afraid. At the southern transit gate, the Emperor stopped beneath an execution gantry. Bodies hung in rows. There were more than 100 of them. Some had been dead long enough for the desert wind to strip their faces down to teeth and leathery skin. Others still dripped. Men hung beside old fathers, brothers and adolescent sons. Placards had been bolted through their chests. Desertion. The Emperor looked at the nearest family. What was their crime? One member fled his assigned cohort, said the second. The child? His son. Did the son assist the desertion? No. Did the father? No. Then why are they dead? The second answered without hesitation. Punishment of the individual proved insufficient. Men endured death to spare their families from the consequences of their disobedience. Extending the sentence to the bloodline reduced desertion by 97%. Horus's smile had vanished. Russ looked up at the bodies. A fly crawled from the mouth of the youngest corpse. The Emperor said, "End the practice." The second turned his head. "It is effective. End it." "By what replacement method?" "That is for you to determine." The second looked again at the dead. His face showed nothing, but a new entry had been made within the architecture of his thought. The Emperor had rejected a functional instrument while declining to provide one of equal reliability. It was the first command his father gave him that appeared incomplete. "I will obey," he said. The bodies were cut down before dusk. The debate continued upon a high wall overlooking the manufactoria. Below them, kilometers of industry burned against the night. Furnace chimneys spat pillars of radioactive flame. Workers moved between shielded compounds. Beyond the walls lay the black desert, broken by the red lamps of patrol vehicles and distant batteries. The Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him. "Your order is built upon fear. Fear is predictable, for a time. It has survived longer than every alliance that preceded it, because you killed all alternatives. Yes." The Emperor looked toward the horizon. "The Great Crusade is not merely an enlargement of your kingdom. It is conquest on a greater scale. It is reunification. The difference is rhetorical. It is essential." The second waited. The Emperor continued. "Humanity is surrounded by powers that will exterminate, enslave, or corrupt it. Division is extinction. The species must be brought together before its enemies recognize the full extent of its weakness. Then dissent must be eliminated. No, dissent produces division. It also produces correction. Correction may be directed, not always by the ruler." The second studied his creator's profile. "You permit subjects to challenge authority. I permit humanity to remain alive." A body does not survive by allowing its limbs to disregard the brain. Humanity is not a body. It is the comparison upon which empire is constructed. A living civilization must possess the capacity to change. Change is instability. It is also adaptation. An empire that changes in response to every pressure has no fixed purpose. An empire incapable of change becomes a tomb. The second considered this for a long time. Below them, a warning klaxon sounded as a furnace released excess pressure. Workers immediately assumed emergency positions without confusion. Every man knew his task. Every movement had been prescribed. The dead are stable, the Emperor said. The dead do not rebel, nor do they build. The second turned away from the wall. Then we require the obedience of the dead within bodies that continue to labor. The Emperor watched him go. 3 days later, the newly found Primarch left the surface of his world. The launch craft carried him through cloud layers dense with ash and metallic poison. His homeworld diminished beneath him, its fortress cities becoming dark marks across endless salt. He showed no sign of grief. Lord Val had died before departure. The old ruler's machines had failed during the night. The second had stood beside his bed, listened to his final words, and ordered the body rendered for chemical use. The fortress had observed no period of mourning. Production quotas remained unchanged. The launch craft passed through the atmosphere. The fleet revealed itself. Warships filled the void. Cruisers held station beside battleships, whose armored prows could have shattered the fortresses of his homeworld through impact alone. Escort squadrons moved between them in disciplined patterns. Thousands of smaller craft traveled along prescribed approach lanes, carrying troops, fuel, munitions, and replacement parts. At the center of the formation waited the Legion flagship. Its launch bay was a cavern of iron and void-sealed stone, large enough to contain one of the poisoned world's lesser cities. Rank upon rank of warriors stood within it. They knelt as the transport descended. Asta Ver knelt at the head of the first rank. He had lived for more than a century. He had killed human kings, Xenos warlords, and gene-forged abominations spawned during Old Night. His armor carried scars from worlds whose populations would never know his name. Upon his breastplate, the device of the Legion had been polished for the first time in decades. Around him knelt tens of thousands of Legiones Astartes. They had fought without their gene-sire since the first days of unification beyond Sol. They had imagined this meeting in 1,000 forms. Some expected paternal pride. Others expected revelation. Asta Ver expected to feel complete. The transport settled upon its claws. The ramp lowered. Their Primarch emerged. He wore newly forged plate of dark gunmetal, its surfaces bare of ornament. The Emperor walked at his side. Horus followed, smiling like a brother bringing a lost warrior home. Russ came last, his expression unreadable. The Primarch descended the ramp. Asta Ver looked upon his father's face. There was no sudden warmth, no spiritual certainty, no flood of love. He felt instead the cold assurance that a weapon left unfinished had received its targeting intelligence. The Primarch stopped before him. "Your name?" "Asta Ver, my lord, first captain of your legion." "Current effectives?" Ver answered at once. 38,611 legionaries fit for deployment, 2,419 undergoing treatment or augmentation, 807 retained within the dreadnought cadres, armories, and specialist commands. Gene seed viability, 93%. Fleet, 31 capital vessels, 189 escorts and strike craft carriers, 712 support vessels registered to the Expeditionary Armada. Ammunition endurance at full operational expenditure, 39 days without resupply. The Primarch's eyes moved over the kneeling host. Insufficient. Ver did not know whether he meant the answer, the supply, or the Legion itself. The review began before the oath ceremonies could be completed. The Primarch entered the fleet archives and remained there for 17 hours. He examined gene seed losses, armor repair queues, reactor failures, medici expenditure, bolter ammunition manufacture, and the number of trained mortal crewmen required to sustain each legionary in battle. He abolished 3 ceremonial formations by the end of the first hour. Their officers protested that the units carried honors from the Unification Wars. "Honor is memory," the Primarch told them. "Memory requires no dedicated order of battle." Assault companies were reorganized to operate beside breacher formations. Armored cohorts received permanent infantry support rather than temporary attachments. Volkite chargers and culverins were removed from dispersed armories and concentrated into extermination cadres capable of annihilating massed infantry before close engagement. Cataphracti terminators were reassigned from honor guards to command decapitation. Contemptor dreadnoughts were placed among mortal auxilia formations, their presence intended to prevent collapse when human troops faced enemies beyond ordinary courage. Destroyer units received increased stocks of rad munitions and phosphex. Asta Vare observed the changes with growing unease. Each decision was efficient. Each stripped something recognizable from the Legion. Their father did not ask what traditions had sustained them. He asked which traditions had increased victory rates. The answer was rarely enough. The first test occurred aboard a condemned orbital fortress, designated for decommissioning. Hostile abhumans had infested its lower decks after escaping transport pens. Fleet reports estimated fewer than 2,000. The Primarch ordered 4 companies to purge the station under live fire conditions. He withheld the actual population. There were more than 12,000. He disabled sections of the tactical network 12 minutes after deployment. Vox channels collapsed. Squad markers vanished from helm displays. Bulkhead maps contradicted one another. Then the fortress released its other inhabitants. Captured rad beasts, scaled predators, and blind cave organisms surged from cages behind the advancing companies. They fell upon support units, tore apart servitors, and dragged wounded legionaries into ventilation shafts. The battle became a charnel maze. Bolters roared through corridors barely wide enough for warriors in power armor. Mass reactive shells burst abhuman torsos open, showering walls with ribs, lungs, and strings of steaming intestine. Chain blades shrieked against crude plate and living bone. One legionary lost an arm to an industrial cutter wielded as a club, then killed 6 attackers with his remaining hand before blood loss slowed him. Another squad entered a chamber marked secure and found the deck removed beneath them. Warriors fell through 4 levels of machinery. 2 survived. The others struck turbine housings hard enough to rupture their armor and burst their organs within it. The Primarch observed from the command deck. He issued no correction. He offered no warning. When the companies finally reached the central reactor, 31 legionaries were dead. Hundreds bore wounds requiring apothecarian intervention. Thousands of abhuman corpses choked the station's corridors, many reduced to sections of meat beneath armored boots. Asta Vare entered the observation chamber with blood drying across his plate. "You lied about the enemy's strength. I withheld information. You crippled our tactical network. Yes. You released predators behind our advance. Yes. 31 of your sons are dead." The Primarch looked away from the casualty display. "Your objection? They died in a test. They died revealing flaws. They might have lived long enough to correct those flaws. Evidence suggests otherwise." Vare stepped closer. The guards at the chamber walls shifted their hands toward their weapons. The Primarch raised one finger. They became still. "Continue," he said. Vare's twin hearts beat harder. "You expended legionaries to gather data obtainable through controlled exercises. No controlled exercise reproduces uncertainty. You judged their deaths acceptable. I judged the alternative less acceptable." The Primarch touched the display. 31 names appeared. Beside each were reaction times, marksmanship deviations, command errors, and deviations from established procedure. Company records unfolded across the hololithic light. The dead came from formations with the slowest response to changing orders, he said. Their officers possessed the highest rates of tactical hesitation. Their squads demonstrated repeated dependence upon network guidance. I placed them where failure was likely because battle would eventually do the same. Ver stared at the names. You selected them to die. I selected them to be tested. You predicted the result. I predicted several possible results. This was among them. They were your sons. Then they should have been better. The words struck harder than any blow. Ver's hand closed into a fist. The Primarch noticed. Would you challenge me? Yes. One of the guards inhaled sharply. The Primarch's expression did not change. Good. Ver had expected execution. Instead, his father approached until less than a pace separated them. An officer unwilling to question flawed arithmetic is worthless. You believe my calculation flawed. Demonstrate it. Ver looked again at the casualty records. He could not. He hated the answer before he gave it. I cannot. Then your anger is not analysis. No. It is attachment. Yes. Do not discard it. Attachment may identify costs that calculation overlooks, but do not mistake pain for proof. The Primarch dismissed the records. Replace the dead. Correct the failures. Repeat the exercise with 6 companies. Ver bowed his head. As you command. The fleet departed the system beneath the light of its poisoned sun. On the observation deck of the Emperor's vessel, Malcador watched the Legion ships assume formation around their newly reclaimed flagship. Can he be trusted? The Sigillite asked. The Emperor stood before the glass, hands behind his back. Trust is irrelevant, while purpose remains aligned. Malcador watched the warships ignite their drives. Alignment is temporary when 2 men seek the same destination for different reasons. One by one, the vessels entered the warp. Aboard the flagship, the second Primarch sat alone upon his command throne. Around him, strategium displays carried the projected boundaries of future campaigns. Human empires, Xenos domains, uncharted systems, worlds requiring negotiation, invasion, or extinction. Casualty estimates unfolded across the darkness. Millions, billions, more lives than his homeworld had ever possessed. The Primarch studied the figures without fatigue. Then he began to determine which deaths would be necessary. The Legion learned to make war in the image of its father. Across 3 decades of conquest, worlds saw the black hulls of the Second Legion gather above them like storm clouds without rain. Compliance fleets translated from the warp in disciplined echelons, their capital ships shielding troop carriers and mass conveyors packed with mortal soldiers. Vox demands were transmitted. Time was granted. Answers were measured against predetermined outcomes. Those who submitted saw their rulers stripped of independent military authority, their arsenals catalogued, and their sons levied for the advancing crusade. Those who refused saw the heavens open. Drop pods descended like burning meteors, their armored flanks glowing white as they tore through atmospheres. They struck palace courtyards, defense compounds, and command citadels with enough force to rupture subterranean foundations. Petaled ramps slammed down through smoke, and legionaries emerged with bolters already firing. Fortress walls fell beneath massed Lascanon beams. Stone became incandescent liquid. Men stationed behind battlements were cooked inside their armor, their eyes bursting as superheated blood boiled through their skulls. Breacher squads advanced through the molten gaps behind slab shields scarred by artillery, crushing the dying beneath ceramite boots. On Carthys, the Legion fought through radiation storms that stripped the skin from mortal soldiers in minutes. The Legions Astartes continued for 9 days without rest. Their warplate sealed them against the worst of the poison, while their blood fought what entered through cracked joints and punctured armor. Men of the Imperial Army followed in rad cloaks, their gums bleeding, their hair falling out in clumps, their organs beginning to rot before the battle ended. On Veskar, a continental monarchy fielded 11 million armored vehicles, and believed numerical supremacy would break any invading force. The second allowed the enemy to advance into a basin between two mountain ranges. His fleet then bombarded both ends of the valley until the passes collapsed. Legion artillery fired into the trapped mass for 4 days. When the guns fell silent, the basin had become a lake of burning fuel, blackened armor, and bodies cooked inside their transport compartments. On Enoch's world, 173 city-states surrendered before the Legion landed. The 174th did not. The second erased it, so the others would remember why they had knelt. Mortal armies followed behind him in numbers that made individual life meaningless. Infantry columns stretched from horizon to horizon. Tank formations blackened roads beneath their tracks. Supply convoys required entire continents of fuel, food, ammunition, and replacement parts. The second commanded them as a single weapon. He ended wars quickly. This became his reputation. The iterators praised his efficiency. Expeditionary commanders requested his support when resistance hardened. Planetary rulers spoke his name in sealed chambers and ordered their diplomats to surrender before his fleet entered weapons range. His conquests remained obedient. They also remained afraid. Local governors waited months for instructions that should have required hours. Administrators refused to repair roads without Legion approval. Magistrates sentenced men to death rather than risk appearing lenient. Entire populations learned that initiative carried greater danger than failure. The second considered this evidence that discipline had taken root. Astaver was less certain. He kept his doubts private. The world called Helicon Bastion possessed no doubts at all. It filled the viewing armor of the Legion flagship, an iron-grey sphere bound in rings of orbital industry. Shipyards circled the equator. Defense platforms hung above both poles, their weapon spines turning toward the approaching expeditionary fleet. Fortified moons guarded the outer approach lanes. Minefields drifted through calculated orbital paths, each device capable of splitting an escort vessel open. Beneath the atmosphere, the planet's surface had disappeared. Hive districts covered entire continents. Manufactoria rose above poisoned cloud banks in tiers of black steel. Furnace stacks burned day and night. Transit arteries wide enough to carry armored divisions linked one hive to another. 40 billion human beings lived within the structures, most never seeing open sky. The rulers of Helicon commanded a fleet inherited from the final centuries before Old Night. Its ships were ugly, ancient things, built when human industry had possessed knowledge now preserved only through ritual and fragmentary diagrams. Their armor was kilometers thick. Their plasma drives burned with unstable brilliance. Their weapons carried design principles that Mechanicum observers identified but could not reproduce. Helicon's answer to Imperial compliance arrived before the Second's fleet completed deployment. The transmission showed the outer wall of the capital hive. Captured iterators hung from iron hooks driven through their backs. Their limbs had been removed below the elbows and knees. Cables fed stimulants into their hearts, preserving consciousness beyond any natural endurance. One man tried to speak to the recording lens, but his tongue had been nailed to his lower jaw. Behind them, a message had been painted across the wall in their blood. Helcon kneels to no throne. The Second watched the transmission once. Around him, officers waited within the flagship's strategium. Fleet commanders stood beneath hololithic projections of the system. Imperial Army generals gathered in dark uniforms, heavy with campaign decorations. Mechanicum adepts clicked in machine cant beside tactical engines that plotted orbital trajectories. Astaver stood at his father's right hand. How long did they remain alive? The Primarch asked. A signals officer consulted the biomantic readings. 4 hours before the transmission, my lord. Most remained alive when it ended. Prepare the compliance demand. The officer hesitated. My lord? Unconditional surrender. Disarmament of all orbital and surface batteries. Transfer of governing authority. delivery of those responsible for the execution of Imperial emissaries. How long will they be given? 60 minutes. Several mortal commanders exchanged glances. Lord General Carandelt cleared his throat. My lord, a world of this scale cannot debate capitulation within an hour. They debated before we arrived. They may require time to communicate with subsidiary hives. They possess a planetary Vox network. They may use the time to reconsider. They may use it to strengthen their defenses. The second turned toward him. 60 minutes. The demand was transmitted. Helicon answered by hanging another iterator. The dead man's body was raised above the capital's principal gate, while the countdown continued. At the 20th minute, orbital augers detected mass civilian movement around the hive's shield generators. At the 31st, the first picked feeds reached the Imperial fleet. Millions of citizens were being driven from residential districts into the surface precincts surrounding the primary void shield emitters. They filled streets, plazas, and factory yards. Defense troops packed them against blast walls and generator housings. Families were chained together. Workers still wore manufacturer aprons and respiratory masks. Children disappeared among the press of adult bodies. The Heliconite rulers broadcast the images across all open channels. Their meaning required no explanation. Strike the shields, and the Imperium would kill the people gathered around them. The War Council convened with 21 minutes remaining. Lord General Delt argued for blockade. Several years, he said. No more. Their fleet cannot match our replacement capacity. Their hives require imported promethium and protein mass. We isolate the system, reduce orbital assets, then negotiate from strength. The Eastern fleets require Helicon's manufactoria within the current campaign cycle, said the second. Then we seize the orbital shipyards and leave the surface contained. The shipyards rely upon planetary industry. We can take individual hives. Each hive supports the others. Delt placed both hands upon the strategium table. Then we conduct a conventional siege, encirclement, progressive bombardment, armored reduction of surface defenses. We open evacuation corridors and separate the civilian population from the shield complexes. That grants the enemy time to reinforce every approach. It also preserves subjects of the Imperium. They are not yet subjects. The mortal general's face tightened. Astaver studied the planetary projection. His father had already isolated the true centers of resistance. Water purification systems beneath the southern hives, power relays embedded within the equatorial industrial belt, transit junctions linking the planetary armor reserves, defense laser stations concealed beneath manufacturing roofs, command relays located far from ceremonial government centers. Targeting runes appeared one after another. Lord General Delt saw the pattern. You intend to collapse the planetary infrastructure. I intend to paralyze it. The civilian deaths will number in the hundreds of millions. Their rulers have placed them within military objectives. They are hostages. They are components. Delt stared at the Primarch. The second's voice did not rise. A hostage retains value because an attacker may choose restraint. Helicon's rulers have built their defense upon that assumption. If we validate it, every world encountered after this one will chain civilians to its guns. They are already dead, then? Yes. By whose judgment? By the judgment of those who converted them into armor. The countdown reached 0. Helicon did not surrender. The second raised one hand. Begin. Void became fire. Legion destroyers surged ahead of the capital ships as Helicon's outer defense platforms opened fire. Nuclear torpedoes crossed the darkness behind plumes of blue-white exhaust. Point defense batteries hammered at them. Interceptor craft cut across their paths, releasing clouds of countermeasures. One torpedo broke through. It struck the destroyer's silent edict beneath the command tower. The detonation expanded without sound, a sphere of savage radiance consuming the ship's central spine. Armor plates the size of fortresses spun away. Atmosphere erupted from shattered compartments, carrying thousands of crewmen into the void. Some were already dead. Others froze with their mouths open, blood boiling from eyes and ears, before cold hardened them into drifting corpses. The silent edict broke in half. The two sections continued forward under momentum, spilling debris and bodies between the advancing battleships. Macro cannon answered. Shells the size of hab blocks crossed the void at impossible speed. One struck a Heliconite cruiser along its flank. Layered armor folded inward. The shell penetrated through command decks, barracks, and reactor shielding before detonating. The cruiser opened like a butchered carcass. Its internal decks peeled apart. Thousands of men vanished into incandescent gas. Others were thrown into space, still strapped to their stations, their frozen bodies trailing wiring, organs, and torn lengths of intestine. Lances cut through the orbital platforms. Beams of concentrated energy burned across armor in straight white lines. Gun towers became molten metal. Reactors ruptured. Debris rained toward the atmosphere. The second watched from the strategium until the first boarding corridors were calculated. Then he gave the order. Boarding torpedoes launched from the Legion vessels. They struck Helicon's command ships in volleys. Armored prows punched through hull plating and buried themselves in internal compartments. Explosive seals blew outward. Breacher squads emerged behind heavy shields, their plate marked by impact scars and streaked with coolant. Melter charges reduced bulkheads to glowing slag. The legionaries advanced through the openings. Heliconite naval troops fired from barricades of overturned machinery. Lasbolts scorched breacher shields. Autocannon rounds hammered armor and tore chunks from the corridor walls. The Astartes replied with bolters. Mass reactive shells entered torsos before exploding. A naval officer vanished from the waist upward. His legs remained standing for an instant before falling into the blood spreading across the deck. Another shell struck a gunner through the mouth and burst behind his face, coating the weapon crew with teeth, skull fragments, and shredded brain. The breachers did not slow. They crossed the bridge beneath disciplined fire, stepping over men whose bodies had been blown into wet sections. One legionary seized the enemy captain by the throat and crushed his neck against the command console. Bone burst through the skin. Blood sprayed across the cracked display. The command ship's guns fell silent. Across the system, Imperial vessels broke Helicon's orbital defense line. Then, the invasion descended. Stormbirds plunged through clouds lit from above by bombardment. Drop pods burned around them. Assault rams struck hive walls with the force of artillery shells, their drill prows grinding through meters of armor and ferrocrete. Surface batteries fired upward. A Stormbird took a defense laser through the wing and became a spinning mass of flame. It struck a residential tower and sheared through 70 occupied levels before its reactor detonated. The tower's upper half leaned, broke, and collapsed across the districts below. Millions of tons of stone and steel buried streets beneath it. The Legion landed regardless. Spartan assault tanks emerged from heavy landers beneath curtains of ash. Their tracks crushed abandoned vehicles and bodies into the roadway. Lascanon arrays fired into fortified galleries. Cataphracti terminators disembarked through the assault ramps, immense in layered plate, stormbolters roaring as they entered the upper hive defenses. Sicaran squadrons raced through breaches before the defenders could seal them. Accelerator autocannon fire ripped through Heliconite armor, punching into engine blocks and crew compartments. Tanks burst open. Burning soldiers crawled from hatches, only to be pulped beneath the next Imperial advance. Destroyer squads entered ventilation stations. They carried rad grenades, phosphex canisters, and weapons kept separate even from other Legion armories. Seals were broken. Poison entered the hives. Radiation swept through air ducts. Men collapsed at their posts as tissue died inside them. Skin blistered. Internal organs hemorrhaged. Eyes clouded and ran down cheeks in grey fluid. Phosphex burned where it found warmth. Living fire crawled through tunnels, seeking bodies. It clung to flesh and armor, burning through both. Soldiers threw themselves into coolant reservoirs and emerged still aflame, the green-white fire feeding upon them until their skeletons collapsed into glowing residue. The Imperial army followed. Mortal infantry advanced through streets transformed into open wounds. Burn victims screamed from doorways. Limbs lay scattered among chunks of masonry. Bodies had fused into molten road surfaces, their blackened hands still raised above the stone. The soldiers stepped around them when space allowed. When it did not, they walked over them. Asta Vere's company entered Manufactorum 9 through a breach cut by a Spartan's lascannon. The structure produced engine assemblies for Helicon's armored forces. Assembly lines extended for kilometers beneath a ceiling hidden by smoke. Gantries crossed above conveyor belts carrying tank hulls, gun housings, and reactor components. Sirens wailed through the darkness. Vere's auto-senses identified movement above. "High galleries," he voxed. "Suppress." The defenders opened fire first. Autogun rounds and las bolts rained from the assembly gantries. A legionary took a heavy lash shot through the left eye lens. The beam sheared away half his face. His cheek, jaw, and ear vanished in a burst of steam and blood, exposing teeth and blackened bone. He remained standing, his remaining eye locked upon the source. He raised his bolter and fired. The shell struck the gunner in the abdomen and exploded inside him. The man's torso opened. Organs spilled across the railing before his body toppled onto the conveyor belt below. The legionary with half a face continued forward, blood flooding down his gorget. "Apothecary," Vere voxed. "Functional," the wounded warrior answered. "Remain in formation." The company advanced. Bolter fire hammered through machinery and human bodies. Defenders exploded against control panels. One man was struck through the chest and thrown backward, his lungs and heart slapping wetly against the wall before sliding to the floor. Heliconite assault troops charged from between the assembly lines in powered industrial armor. Their cutting tools could breach tank plating. One drove a rotary saw into a legionary's breastplate, shredding ceramite and biting through fused ribs. The Astartes seized the attacker's head in both hands. He twisted. The neck tore apart. Vertebrae cracked. The body fell while the head remained locked between the legionary's palms, trailing nerves and a length of spinal cord. Vere met another with his power sword. The blade passed through industrial armor, sternum and spine. The two halves separated. Blood and viscera poured across the deck, vanishing into the machinery beneath the grating. A wounded defender crawled into Vere's path. The man's legs had been removed by a bolt detonation. One hand reached upward. "Surrender." The legionary behind Vere stepped upon his skull. The helmet collapsed with a wet metallic crunch. Brain matter burst through the visor and spread beneath the armored boot. Vere looked back. "He impeded the advance," the warrior said. Vere turned forward. "Maintain pace." Above the Manufactorum, the second conducted the planetary war from the surface. He stood in a command bastion raised within the ruins of Helicon's outer defense district. Artillery shook the ground beneath him. Smoke obscured the horizon. Tactical displays surrounded his armor in concentric layers of light. Thousands of engagements moved through his perception. An Imperial Army armored column stalled at the Orthan Bridge after minefields destroyed its lead vehicles. The second saw the delay before the column commander requested support. Battery 18. Fire on coordinates already transmitted. 3 salvos. Airburst on the first. Penetration pattern on the second and third. Artillery answered. The hidden Heliconite gun positions vanished beneath descending shells. A Legion breacher force lost contact inside the eastern transit maze. The second redirected 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts before the local commander realized his flank had been exposed. A Solar Auxilia cohort withdrew under pressure near the southern generators. The Primarch ordered their officers executed by attached discipline units and sent Sicarans through a maintenance causeway to strike the pursuing enemy from behind. Every action fed another. Every death altered the calculation. Then Helicon committed its reserves. 12 million soldiers emerged from subterranean barracks and armored transit stations. They advanced through a canyon formed between the lower walls of two hive districts, striking toward a gap in the Imperial encirclement. The gap appeared accidental. It was not. For 6 hours, the Second had ordered units around it to withdraw, falter, or report ammunition shortages on channels Helicon was permitted to intercept. The enemy entered the canyon. Millions followed. Infantry packed the transit floor. Tanks advanced between them. Artillery crawlers and ammunition carriers filled the rear. The Second waited until the last reserve formation passed the marked point. Collapsed the walls. Buried charges detonated beneath the supporting structures. Kilometers of hive architecture moved. At first, the towers seemed to lean. Then gravity claimed them. Hab blocks, manufactoria, transit rails, and armored buttresses fell inward. The sky vanished behind descending stone. Soldiers looked up and saw cities coming down upon them. The impact erased sound. Millions were crushed instantly. Tanks flattened beneath slabs, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Men at the edges were blown apart by pressure, their bodies bursting as lungs, intestines and brains were forced through mouths, wounds, and eye sockets. Dust rolled outward in a wall. When it cleared, the canyon no longer existed. Neither did the planetary reserve. 11 minutes after the deadline had expired, Helicon transmitted an offer of surrender. The Second listened to it, while command hive casualties appeared upon his display. The rulers offered disarmament, tithe, hostages, and full recognition of imperial authority. They requested guarantees for their lives and continued administrative control. "Reject it," said the Primarch. Astaver had reached the command bastion by then, his armor dark with manufactorum blood. "My lord, acceptance preserves the remaining industry. The industry is already secured. It preserves troops. Their losses are within projection. It ends resistance. Resistance ended when their reserves entered the canyon." Ver looked at the surrender transmission. "Then why continue?" The Second turned toward him. "A deadline without consequence is not a deadline. They have accepted compliance. They accepted defeat. The distinction will not matter to the tithe fleets. It will matter to every world that hears of Helicon." The Primarch enlarged the image of the command hive. "Mercy exists before defiance, never after it." He issued the order. The command hive was breached before local nightfall. Cataphracti terminators tore through the ruling chamber. Officials were dragged from shielded bunkers and taken to the outer wall where the iterators had been displayed. Every ranking ruler, general, magistrate, and industrial lord was executed before pict recorders. Some were shot. Others were hanged from the same hooks that had held the emperor's envoys. The chief ruler was forced to watch his sons die before Astaver crushed his skull with a power fist. Helicon fell in less than 1 day. Hundreds of millions were dead. The primary manufactoria remained operational. Within a week, imperial iterators broadcast the official history of the compliance. They described a campaign of extraordinary precision. They praised the Legion's restraint. Civilian losses were classified as minimal in proportion to the planetary population. The Second read the account alone. He had not ordered the falsehood. No one had consulted him. The Imperium proclaimed an imperial truth while converting inconvenient truth into acceptable doctrine. He opened a private archive. He entered the first contradiction, then the second, then every contradiction he could remember. Beneath the command hive, Legion savants opened a sealed vault missed by Helicon's rulers during their flight. Inside waited objects taken from dead alien civilizations. At the center of the chamber rested a black geometric fragment. It absorbed the light around it. When an astropath approached, he collapsed with blood running from his nose and ears. The constant whisper of the warp vanished from his mind. For the first time in his life, he heard nothing. The fragment carried markings beneath its surface. Not words, coordinates. They pointed toward the Attila system. A priority summons arrived from Horus before the examination ended. the War Master's favored brother requested the second's attendance at a gathering of the Emperor's sons. The Primarch acknowledged the message. He ordered the artifact removed under seal. No report was sent to Terra. No record entered the Mechanicum archives. For the first time, the second possessed knowledge that he had deliberately withheld from his father. In the darkness of the vault, the black fragment pulsed once. The light did not return for several seconds. The chamber had been designed for admirals. It had not been designed for Primarchs. Its vaulted ceiling rose above a circular strategium table carved from black Martian stone. Hololithic projectors stood in recessed alcoves. Bronze reliefs commemorated the first victories beyond Sol, each panel showing mortal generals and armored legionaries beneath the raptor banner of unification. Servitors waited in wall niches with their eyes sewn shut. The chamber had once seemed immense. With 6 sons of the Emperor gathered inside it, the place felt like a prison cell. Horus stood at the center, as though the room belonged to him. No decree had granted him precedence. No formal rank placed him above his brothers. He required neither. He greeted each arrival by name, remembered battles fought decades earlier, and spoke to every warrior with the ease of a commander, welcoming honored companions rather than rivals bred for galactic conquest. Men gave authority to Horus before realizing they had surrendered it. Fulgrim reclined against the strategium's edge in armor of pearl and violet. Gold traced every plate. An eagle-winged cloak fell from one shoulder, immaculate despite the grime carried aboard by the others. His white hair had been bound behind his head with a clasp fashioned as the Palatine Aquila. Even stillness became performance in him. He listened as if granting the speaker the honor of his attention. Rogel Dawn stood opposite him, silent and motionless. His armor bore no unnecessary flourish beyond the devices of the 7th Legion. Where Fulgrim's presence drew the eye, Dawn seemed to define the architecture around him. He spoke only when thought had hardened into conclusion, and when he did, men rarely mistook his words for invitations to debate. Robut Gilliman had brought. They lay arranged before him in ordered ranks. Campaign yields, tithe projections, remembrancer reports, population movements and fleet losses scrolled across their surfaces. He had requested access to the logistical records before greeting half the brothers present. Leman Russ drank from a cup large enough to serve as a mortal soldier's helmet. He sat apart from the table, one boot resting against a bronze panel. His wolves lay beneath him, their eyes moving whenever voices sharpened. Grease stained one of his gauntlets. His hair had been tied carelessly. To an observer ignorant of the sons of the Emperor, he might have seemed the least attentive warrior in the chamber. The second knew better. Russ watched every hand. He heard every pause. When Fulgrim smiled, Russ looked at the eyes rather than the mouth. The second stood within the circle, but apart from it. His gunmetal armor remained bare of ornament. There were no victory scrolls upon his pauldrons, no sculpted beasts upon his breastplate, no gems taken from compliant kings. The only mark was the vertical division cut through the center of his chest. Several other Primarchs occupied the chamber's outer curve, speaking little. Their presence added weight, without changing the balance. Horus remained the axis. Fulgrim turned attention into theater. Gilliman measured. Dawn judged. Russ waited. The second observed. "You have all seen the fleet returns," Horus said. "The eastern routes are open. The Carthagan resistance has collapsed, and the Helican subsector has accepted settlement terms." "Accepted," Russ said into his cup. "That is a mild word." Horus glanced toward him. The word used in the report. The report was written by men who were not standing beneath the bombardment. The second looked at Russ. The Wolf King drank again. Horus permitted the moment to pass. "We are not gathered to reopen completed campaigns. Fulgrim has requested support for an operation near the Bizas system." Fulgrim lifted one hand. "Requested attention," he corrected. "Not support." Gilliman looked up from his slates. "The distinction is operationally significant. It is also accurate. Horus smiled. Then enlighten us, brother. Fulgrim left the strategium's edge and entered the hololithic light. A world appeared above the table, followed by orbital stations and the symbols of a fortified human kingdom. Byzas rotated beneath them, surrounded by defense platforms and armed satellites. The ruling caste has rejected every envoy, Fulgrim said. Their king regards the Imperium as another nomad empire born from Old Night. He believes we will fracture as every predecessor fractured. A familiar error, Dawn said. One I intend to correct personally. Fulgrim expanded the projection. Defensive zones appeared across the planet. I will enter the capital with 7 of my sons. We will secure the court, take the king alive, and force recognition of compliance. Before the planetary army understands that its war has ended. Guilliman studied the defense markers. 7 legionaries. 7 emperor's children. That does not alter the quantity. It alters every relevant quality. One of the unnamed Primarchs laughed. Fulgrim acknowledged the sound with a slight inclination of his head, as though applause had arrived on schedule. Dawn said, "You are wagering the command structure of your legion upon ceremonial effect. I am demonstrating that my legion requires neither superior numbers nor another brother's shadow." Horus's expression remained pleasant. The third has nothing to prove. Every legion has something to prove. Russ wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. To whom? Fulgrim turned. To those who doubt. Then you will never finish proving it. The Phoenician smiled. Your concern honors me. It was not concern. Guilliman moved one slate aside. What intelligence confirms the king will receive you? He has invited negotiation. What confirms the invitation is genuine? Nothing. What confirms the court chamber lacks concealed weapons? Nothing. What confirms the planetary army will accept the king's surrender? Nothing. Fulgrim's smile widened with each answer. That, Guilliman said, is an accumulation of unknowns, not a plan. It is a challenge. It is an avoidable risk. The risk is mine. No Primarch's risk belongs only to himself. The chamber quieted. Fulgrim's gaze turned toward Guilliman, bright and sharp. Before he could answer, the second spoke. Hubris. The word carried no force beyond its meaning. That made it heavier. Fulgrim looked at him. The second seldom entered arguments, unless he believed the conclusion had already become obvious. He stood with both hands resting behind his back, his expression unchanged. Fulgrim crossed the chamber slowly. Did you say something, brother? Your proposal is hubris. Your gift for humor remains as elusive as ever. I did not intend humor. I know. Fulgrim stopped within arm's reach. You believe 7 of my sons insufficient. I believe you selected 7 because the number will magnify your reputation if you succeed. And if I selected a full company, the probability of success would rise. So would the slaughter. You have not expressed concern for slaughter. You have expressed concern for appearance. Fulgrim's eyes hardened. How fortunate that Helicon's butcher has discovered moderation. No one moved. The second met his brother's stare. Cruelty and hubris are unrelated. Explain the distinction to me. I fear my education has left me unprepared for such subtlety. Cruelty may serve an attainable objective. Hubris risks armies to glorify a commander. Helicon's dead would be comforted to learn that their annihilation was mathematically humble. They were used as fortifications. They were citizens. They were placed within military infrastructure. And therefore you killed them? Yes. Fulgrim stepped closer. Yet you would chastise me for risking 7 warriors of my own legion. I chastise you for risking strategic assets without proportional necessity. Assets. That is what they are. Fulgrim's contempt became almost delicate. You wear arithmetic as armor because you are afraid to admit that you enjoy command as much as any of us. You kill, and then you hide behind necessity. You build monuments from corpses and declare them equations, At least I possess the honesty to recognize ambition when it speaks through me. The second felt the words enter him. They produced no anger that touched his face, no tightening of the jaw, no elevation of breath. Yet the insult remained. It lodged within thought like a blade beneath armor, too shallow to kill and too deep to ignore. "Your honesty does not improve your plan," he said. Fulgrim's hand moved a fraction toward his sword. Horus stepped between them. He did not raise his voice. "Fulgrim will take Byzas." Both brothers looked at him. "With 7 warriors?" Guilliman asked. "With the force he judges necessary," Horus said. "A reserve will remain beyond the system's outer sensor range. No Imperial vessel will enter unless requested." Fulgrim's expression softened into satisfaction. The second said nothing. Horus looked at him. "You have stated your judgment. Fulgrim has heard it. That does not make his action sound." "No, survival may do that." Russ laughed into his drink. Fulgrim returned to his place with the composure of a duelist who believed the first cut had been his. The second remembered every word. The council continued. Fleet movements were assigned. Expeditionary boundaries were amended. Horus negotiated between rival requirements without making the compromises appear to belong to him. He gave Dawn the resources required to construct supply bastions along 3 unstable routes. He persuaded Russ to delay an assault until Mechanicum fuel convoys arrived. He allowed Guilliman to speak long enough that the others understood the scale of the administrative crisis without permitting the discussion to become an audit. When formal matters ended, Guilliman remained. He gathered his slates into a single stack and approached the second. "I reviewed Helicon's post-compliance reports. They are inaccurate." "I know." The second studied him. Guilliman continued. "Food production has recovered. Industrial output exceeds pre-war levels. Yet local courts issue no judgments without Legion confirmation. Provincial administrators refuse independent expenditure. 3 hives delayed repairs to water systems while awaiting instructions from officials who had died during the invasion. They fear error. They fear action. The distinction is temporary. No, it is structural." Guilliman placed a slate upon the table. Columns of data appeared between them. "Literacy declined after your occupation. It is not required for obedience. Prosperity declined. It will recover. Local participation in government has ceased. It produced rebellion. It also produced administrators capable of governing. The purpose of administration is obedience." Guilliman's expression did not change, but something within his eyes withdrew. "The purpose of administration is civilization. Civilization without obedience becomes rebellion. Obedience without civilization becomes occupation. If occupation preserves unity, it is sufficient. For how long? For as long as required. Then you intend conquered worlds to remain conquered forever." The second looked toward the turning image of Byzas. "All worlds remain conquered. Some merely cease admitting it." Guilliman was silent for several heartbeats. "You understand how to end resistance," he said at last. "I am not convinced you understand why the survivors should remain human." The second turned back toward him. "Humanity is a species, not a privilege granted through political participation." That answer confirms my concern. Guilliman left before the second could ask whether concern had altered any measurable outcome. Dawn found him in the vessel's armorium. The black fragment from Helicon rested inside a stasis field between them. Light bent around its edges. No reflection touched its surface. Auspec's probes returned contradictory readings, and the servitor linked to the examination rig had begun bleeding from the ears. Dawn walked around it once. "Xenos? Yes. Age unknown? Yes. Function? Suppression? Of what? Psychic activity, possibly energy transfer. The measurements remain inconsistent." Dawn studied the fragment. "Where was it found?" "In a sealed vault beneath Helicon's command hive." "What else was recovered?" "Objects without military relevance." The lie came without hesitation. It was precise because part of it remained true. There had been other objects. They had possessed no military relevance. The coordinates hidden within the fragment were not an object. Dawn looked at him. The second wondered whether his brother had recognized the omission. This should be surrendered to the Emperor's scientific orders, Dawn said. They may destroy it. They may. Have you destroyed an effective fortress because its architect was an enemy? A fortress does not enter the mind of its user. Anything may alter the mind of its user. Not anything. Possesses intent. You assume intent. I assume danger, where its limits are unknown. The second looked at the fragment. Unknown limits justify study. They also justify restraint. Restraint preserves ignorance. Dawn faced him fully. That argument has killed more men than war. War kills men because ignorance is preserved. Give it to Father. I will report the fragment when its function is understood. You will report it now. The second met the Praetorian's gaze. There is nothing else. Dawn's expression remained stone. I did not ask whether there was. For the first time, the second considered that his denial might have revealed more than silence. Dawn shut down the examination rig. The stasis field darkened around the fragment. You believe knowledge becomes harmless when held by a mind strong enough to master it, Dawn said. Yes. Every tyrant has believed the same. You construct walls around knowledge. I construct walls around threats, because you cannot distinguish the two. Dawn turned away. Neither can you. Horus came to the second's quarters after the vessel entered translation. He brought no guards. That was deliberate. Horus understood the language of gestures and made every gesture speak. The second allowed him inside. You are angry with Fulgrim, Horus said. No. You remember his words. I remember all words. That was not my question. I do not consider anger useful. Horus leaned against the bulkhead. Useful things are not the only things that exist. They are the only things that require consideration. Then consider this useful. Fulgrim attacked because you embarrassed him before his brothers. His plan remains unsound. Perhaps. It either is or is not. You see? That is why he struck. The truth of a judgment does not change because the judge dislikes it. No, but men do. We are not men. Horus smiled faintly. We are close enough to inherit their failures. The second said nothing. Horus's tone softened. I did not come to lecture you. Fulgrim will survive Byzas, or he will not. Dawn will continue distrusting your artifact. Gilliman will continue sending you administrative recommendations you will not read. I read them. That is somehow worse. The second almost asked why. Horus continued before he could. I came because secrecy isolates commanders, first from their officers, then from their brothers, eventually from any voice capable of revealing an error. You believe I conceal something. I believe you have begun deciding which truths others deserve. Every commander does this. Yes, and every commander requires someone who can tell him when he has gone too far. Who performs that function for you? Horus's expression changed. For a moment, the warmth ceased to be calculation. My brothers. The answer disturbed the second, because Horus believed it. Loyalty gathered around the first found son, without coercion. Warriors followed him, because he made each believe his service possessed meaning. Brothers tolerated his influence, because he offered respect before requesting obedience. The second admired the mechanism. He also considered it dangerously dependent upon affection. Affection could sour. Fear could be reinforced. Still, when Horus clasped his forearm before departing, the second returned the gesture. It was the first embrace of fraternity he performed without uncertainty. The joint campaign began 6 months later. The Void Empire of Kailora possessed no planets. Its population inhabited armored stations, hollowed asteroids, and vast cylindrical habitats spread across 9 systems. Their rulers controlled pre-imperial drives capable of rapid movement between established gates. Every habitat carried weapons. Every merchant vessel served as a warship. Every civilian district contained armories. Negotiation failed when the Kyloran Synod executed an imperial ambassador by opening his ship to vacuum. Horus proposed a spear-tip assault. The second constructed the cage around it. Lunar wolves struck the outer command habitats in concentrated force. Their vessels emerged from translation at murderously close range. Boarding craft launched before their drives stabilized. Companies of white-armored legionaries drove through defense screens and severed command nodes before the Kylorans understood which stations had been attacked. Horus created collapse. He appeared where resistance believed itself strongest and broke the men sustaining it. Enemy captains abandoned formations when his voice entered their vox channels. Stations surrendered because he offered terms before fear hardened into hatred. The second sealed every route left open by the assault. His fleet occupied the transit gates. Minefields were moved into retreat corridors. Destroyers waited beyond sensor shadows. When Kyloran reserves rushed to reinforce Horus's targets, they found 2nd Legion armored companies already aboard their supply stations. No decision produced escape. Retreat led into prepared guns. Counterattack exposed support habitats. Surrender separated soldiers from command. Delay starved reactors of fuel. The sector war ended in 4 days. The final resistance gathered aboard the Kyloran throne ship, a vessel grown around the skeleton of an ancient colony ark. Its outer armor carried palaces, batteries, and shield towers. Millions lived within its rotating core. Horus and the second boarded together. Their terminators burned through the command spine while lunar wolves struck the bridge. Kyloran soldiers fought in void plate, firing gravitic weapons that crushed men inside their armor. One legionary collapsed into a compacted mass of ceramite and ruptured organs, blood spraying through every joint in his plate. The Primarchs advanced through the fire. Horus, killed with speed, made beautiful by purpose. His maul broke armor, bone and bulkheads in the same arcs. He shouted challenges, promises, and commands. Warriors followed the sound of him. The second killed in silence. A Kalaran warlord met them before the command vault. The man stood nearly as tall as a legionary, inside powered armor thick with reactor coils. An energy blade extended from each fist. He struck the second across the breastplate. The blow cut through ceramite and opened flesh beneath. The Primarch looked down at the wound. Then he seized the warlord. Armored fingers punched through the man's breastplate. Metal folded inward. Ribs snapped beneath the pressure. The warlord screamed. The second drove both hands deeper, gripped the broken cage of bone, and pulled. The chest opened. Ribs tore from the spine. Lungs collapsed into the ruptured cavity. The heart remained attached for a moment, beating against the open armor before falling among loops of intestine. The second released the corpse. No triumph touched him, no rage, no disgust. He had removed an obstruction. Horus stared at his brother through the settling mist of blood. He had seen Angron kill in hatred. He had seen Russ kill in joy. The second's absence of feeling unsettled him more than either. The throne ship surrendered. Within its sealed archives, Legion savants found references matching the markings upon the black fragment. The records named a structure in the Attila system, the Yimga monolith. Fragments of translation described a place where matter remembered its preferred shape, where psychic force became still, and where impossible geometries imposed stability upon surrounding reality. The second read the records alone, a device that could deny the warp, a field that could halt mutation, a mechanism capable of forcing damaged systems back into order. Perhaps flesh, perhaps minds, perhaps entire populations. He falsified the fleet's next destination. Astropathic choirs were confined to their sanctums under armed guard. External transmission was prohibited. Navigators received sealed coordinates only after the fleet had entered the warp.
Astaver read the orders upon the flagship's strategium. No imperial sanction accompanies this expedition. None was requested, said the Primarch. The Emperor's edicts forbid unauthorized study of Xenos mechanisms. The Emperor forbids knowledge until it becomes useful. Ver looked at his Gene father. That is not what the edicts state. It is what their exceptions prove. And if the Emperor commands us to turn back, he cannot command what he has not been told. Silence passed between them. Ver bowed because every element of his creation demanded it. Yet as he left the strategium, understanding followed him like a shadow.
His father no longer considered obedience a virtue owed upward. It was a condition demanded from lesser beings by superior minds. Behind him, the Primarch watched the Attila system emerge upon the navigation display. Then he ordered the fleet into darkness. The warp ceased to move before the fleet reached the Attila system. Navigators noticed first. Within their armored sanctums, behind doors warded in lead, salt and sigils older than the Imperium, the mutants opened their third eyes upon the Immaterium and found no tides. There was no screaming brilliance, no impossible color, no predatory shapes moving beneath the currents. Even the Astronomicon seemed diminished, its distant fire reduced to a pale wound behind an endless plain of black glass. The stillness was not peace. Peace implied the absence of danger. This silence watched them. The navigator primus of the flagship tore himself from his throne and crawled across the chamber floor, dragging cables, nutrient tubes, and bleeding attendants behind him. He clawed at the silver mask covering his warp eye until his fingernails split. "Something has killed the sea," he whispered. His attendants attempted to restrain him. He broke one man's arm and bit through another's cheek before the sedatives entered his blood. The astropaths suffered worse. For every year of their sanctioned existence, they had endured the pressure of other minds and the whispering immensity beyond reality. Even in sleep, they heard the distant mutter of the warp. Prayer, terror, hunger, and madness traveled through it as vibration travels through water. At the threshold of Attila, all of it vanished. The psychic choir aboard the prescription began screaming within seconds. 3 astropaths drove their fingers into their own eye sockets. One tore both eyes free and collapsed laughing, blood streaming down his face as he declared that blindness had failed to protect him from the silence. Another attempted to crush his skull against the edge of the choir dais. Astaver found him still alive when the Legion entered the sanctum. The astropath's forehead had split open. Bone showed through torn skin. Blood and translucent fluid ran down his nose, yet he continued striking his head against the stone. "Make it speak," the man begged. Ver seized him by the shoulders. The astropath stared up with ruined eyes. "Make anything speak." His neck snapped when he convulsed. The body became still in Ver's hands. Behind him, an apothecary administered lethal compounds to those too damaged to recover. Legion serfs dragged the dead into ordered rows. No one spoke above a whisper. The second Primarch entered the sanctum without helm or escort. He stood among the blood, broken teeth, and blinded psychers, his pale face untouched by their terror. "What do they perceive?" he asked. The choirmaster knelt beside the dais. Blood had dried beneath his nose. "Nothing, my lord. Nothing has no effect. It is not emptiness. Define it." The choirmaster's mouth trembled. "It is a command that has not yet been given." The second considered the answer. "Can you transmit to Terra?" "No." "Can Terra reach us?" "I do not know." "Then assume not." The fleet translated into real space under emergency protocol. Stars returned around them. For several moments, the Attila system appeared empty. A weak red sun burned at its center. Dead planets circled it in slow silence. No Vox signal crossed the void. No engine plume marked habitation. No beacon answered the Legion's arrival. Then the flagship's augurs found the monolith. It had been present from the beginning. The human mind had merely refused to recognize it. The structure hung beyond the system's inner worlds, black against black, its outline visible only where it denied the stars behind it. The first measurement gave it a height of 7 kilometers. The second gave 900,000. The third calculated that its upper extremity occupied a region beyond the orbit of the outermost planet, while its base remained less than 4,000 kilometers from the flagship. None of the readings agreed. All of them repeated. The monolith resembled a fortress, only because human language possessed no more accurate shape for what it saw. It rose in tiers of dark geometry, each surface angled against the next, with precision hostile to the eye. Towers appeared, to project inward. Buttresses terminated before reaching the planes they supported. Vast ribs of black material curved around apertures that showed stars belonging to no constellation recorded by Imperial cartographers. One bridge officer vomited inside his respirator after staring too long. A servitor linked to the primary auspex began reciting its own serial designation backward. The second stood before the strategium display, while officers argued over distance, scale, and possible weapons range. "Fire a ranging beam," said Fleetmaster Galen Tor. "No," said the Primarch. "It may provoke us without warning." "Then warning fire serves no purpose. A low-yield lance pulse could establish range. It could also activate a mechanism whose function we do not understand." Tor looked at the projection. "My lord, if it is a fortress, it is not. What is it?" "A machine." The Fleetmaster waited for more. None came. Auspex beams vanished against the surface. Radar pulses returned before they were emitted. One sensor station reported that the monolith possessed no mass. Another calculated a gravitational presence sufficient to tear the system apart, while the planets continued their undisturbed orbits. The second ordered the fleet to maintain distance. Every gun remained loaded. Every void shield remained raised. No weapon fired. Archmagos Thula Va arrived upon the strategium surrounded by Skitari and servo skulls. The Archmagos had once possessed a human body. Little of it remained. His lower form moved upon 6 articulated legs. Red robes hung over armor plated in brass and black iron. Mechadendrites writhed behind him, each ending in a sensor, cutting tool or weapon. One side of his skull had been replaced by a layered augmetic crown. His natural eye was colorless. The other burned with revolving red apertures. His voice entered the chamber through 3 speakers at once. By compact of the Treaty of Olympus and the sovereign rights granted to the Mechanicum of Mars, authority over recovery, classification and containment of technological artifacts belongs to the ordained priesthood of the machine. The second did not turn from the monolith. "No." Static crackled through Var's vocalizers. "This expedition contains 39 adepts assigned by the Fabricator General's authorized representatives. Their remit is explicit. Their remit has ended. You possess no authority to revoke Martian covenant. I possess command of this fleet. Military command does not supersede the treaty. It does here." The Archmagos' mechadendrites stiffened. Unauthorized study of Xenos machinery constitutes violation of imperial law. Laws govern predictable circumstances. The prescription is absolute. No law is absolute. Exceptions are concealed within questions of enforcement. That formulation is heretical. That word belongs to priests. Var's speakers released a burst of Binharic, too rapid for mortal comprehension. The Mechanicum adepts behind him shifted, weapon limbs unfolding by measured degrees. The second looked at him at last. "The monolith exists outside every circumstance imagined when your law was written. Your instruments cannot determine its position. Your servants cannot endure its presence. Your navigators cannot approach it without madness. You demand authority over a mechanism you cannot define. The inadequacy of present data increases the Mechanicum claim. It disproves it. You intend to enter. Yes. You will contaminate knowledge beyond recovery. I will recover what survives my contact. I forbid it." The Primarch crossed the strategium. The Skitarii raised their weapons. Astaver's hand closed around his bolter. No command was given. Every legionary in the chamber shifted into a firing stance as one. The second stopped before Var. You mistake treaty for strength, Archmagos. You threaten Mars. I describe you. Silence held for 3 seconds. Var lowered his weapon limbs. The second turned to Astaver. Confine the Mechanicum personnel to their assigned decks. Disable external transmission. Kill no one unless resistance requires it. Var's natural eye narrowed. You fear that I will inform terror. I anticipate it. You cannot conceal this. Expedition forever. I require only enough time to determine whether concealment remains necessary. The Archmagos was escorted away. The opening appeared when the Primarch approached the monolith. A stormbird carried the boarding force across the void. Astaver stood locked into the troop restraint beside cataphracti terminators, breacher squads and tech marines, stripped of Mechanicum attendants. Melter weapons had been issued in abundance. Volkite culverins rested across the Terminator's armored knees. The second remained standing during the passage. Through the forward armor glass, the monolith expanded until it consumed the universe. No aperture had appeared upon preliminary scans. When the Stormbird came within 500 meters, a line of green light formed across the black surface. It widened. There was no movement of doors or plates. Matter ceased to occupy a region shaped like a vertical wound. The Stormbird entered. Gravity turned sideways. Harnesses snapped taut. Legionaries weighing several times more than mortal men slammed against restraints. Loose ammunition crates struck the wall hard enough to deform. One serf broke his spine against a loading strut and hung twitching from the deck. The craft's pilot swore over the Vox. Orientation absent, thrusters unresponsive. Continue forward, ordered the second. Forward is no longer defined, my lord. Then approach the only opening. The Stormbird touched down upon a surface that had been a wall moments earlier. The boarding force deployed. Astaver's boots struck black metal. His armor reported gravity beneath him. His eyes saw the Stormbird standing upright against the corridor wall. The contradiction caused pressure behind his skull. Do not rely upon sight, he voxed. Follow armor equilibrium. The passage stretched away in both directions. Its walls reflected nothing. Lines of green light moved beneath the surface like veins buried under skin. Geometric recesses opened and sealed when the Primarch passed them. The Legion advanced. Breacher shields formed the front rank. Terminators followed. Tech Marines placed locator beacons at every junction. The first beacon disappeared before the second was fixed. Ver looked back. The corridor behind them no longer existed. A seamless wall occupied its place. Material shift, reported Tech Marine Solon. No detectable motion. Can it be breached? Unknown. Make it known. Solon raised a melter cutter. The second stopped him. No. My lord? The structure allowed entry. It is directing us. Toward what? That is why we continue. They descended while walking upward. Corridors turned through angles Ver's helm could not calculate. At one junction, the force crossed its own path and saw itself approaching from the opposite direction. Both groups raised weapons. For 3 heartbeats, each legionary stared at an identical warrior mirroring his stance. Then the other formation passed through them. Ver felt cold move through his organs. His armor registered no contact. The passage opened into a hall. Metallic figures stood within alcoves along both walls. They were humanoid in outline, taller than mortals, and narrow as starved corpses. Their bodies were made from segmented black-silver metal. Long arms hung at their sides. Their skulls possessed no mouths, only empty sockets and angular jaw structures. Statues, one legionary said. No, replied the second. Green fire ignited within every skull. Weapons unfolded from metallic arms. The first beam struck Cataphracti Sergeant Avos through his raised gauntlet. His armor did not explode. It came apart. Ceramite became translucent. Internal mechanisms appeared beneath it. Then the flesh of his hand showed through the disappearing plate, muscles exposed in red layers around white bone. Avos stared at it. My hand. The fingers became skeletal. The bones dissolved into green dust. The effect traveled through his wrist and into the forearm. Armor, flesh and bone separated layer by layer, each existing for an instant before drifting away as cold light. Avos screamed. The beam reached his elbow. A melter gun fired beside him. White heat struck the construct that had shot him. Its chest became molten, but the metal flowed backward into its original shape before the weapon completed its discharge. "Fire!" Vare commanded. The hall became thunder. Bolter shells struck the constructs and detonated across their ribbed bodies. Metal shattered. Limbs tore free. Skulls burst into fragments. The fragments crawled across the floor. Silver particles flowed toward one another, rebuilding fingers, arms, and torsos. Another green beam crossed the line. It struck a Terminator's helm. The front of the armor vanished. His face appeared beneath it, eyes wide, lips drawn back from clenched teeth. Skin peeled away without wind or blade. Muscle disappeared from the cheeks. The frontal bones of the skull became transparent. For one heartbeat, Vare saw the warrior's brain pulsing within a dissolving membrane. Then the head ceased to exist. The body remained upright, firing its storm bolter into the ceiling until another legionary knocked the weapon aside. "Concentrate Volkite," Vare ordered. "Single targets. Melter upon collapse." Red beams lanced through the hall. Volkite fire struck one construct from 4 directions. Heat built across its body faster than the metal could shed it. Secondary combustion ran through the machine's frame. Its torso glowed, then erupted in a burst of white fragments. Melter fire consumed the remains. This time, nothing rebuilt. The Legion adapted. Breacher shields overlapped. Terminators saturated individual targets with Volkite discharge. Tech Marines burned fallen pieces into liquid pools. Constructs advanced through the barrage without sound, their weapons stripping legionaries apart. One breacher lost both legs. He continued firing from the floor, while silver feet marched past him. A construct lowered one hand and passed it through the warrior's breastplate. Fingers emerged from his back, carrying the legionary's secondary heart. The machine released the organ. The breacher killed it with a melter charge pressed against its spine. The explosion reduced both of them to burning wreckage. A beam struck the second. Gunmetal plate disappeared from his chest in widening layers. The energy stripped through ceramite, fiber bundles, and inner seals. Pale skin burned black. Muscle showed beneath, red and steaming. The Primarch crossed the hall. No human eye could follow the movement. One moment he stood among his sons. The next, he had reached the firing construct. His hand closed around its skull. He tore the head from the body and drove it through the chest of another machine. Green light flared. Metallic limbs struck him from both sides. He seized one construct by the arm and swung it hard enough to break 3 others against a wall. A weapon discharged against his shoulder. Armor and flesh vanished down to exposed bone. The second showed less reaction than a legionary acknowledging a damaged seal. He gripped the attacking machine by its torso. His fingers entered living metal. The construct attempted to reshape around them. The Primarch pulled. The machine split from shoulder to pelvis. Green fire poured from its open body. He tore each half again, then cast the pieces into converging Volkite beams. "Advance," he said. The portal at the far end began to close. Black slabs descended and rose toward one another, each thick enough to withstand battleship fire. The second reached them first. He placed one hand against the upper mass and one against the lower. The structure continued closing. His boots sank into the deck. Armored muscles locked. Tendons stood out beneath the wounds in his shoulders. Blood ran from the exposed flesh of his chest and struck the floor in heavy drops. The portal slowed, then stopped. Through. The Legion obeyed. Terminators passed beneath the Primarch's arms. Breachers dragged their wounded. Tech Marines carried damaged weapons and samples in shielded cases. The pressure increased. The deck fractured beneath the second. Asta Ver remained until the last warrior crossed. "My lord, go." Ver stepped through. The Primarch released the portal and moved faster than the falling mass. The slabs struck together behind him. The impact traveled through the monolith like the closing of a god's jaws. The chamber beyond held its heart. It was spherical, though the mind perceived corners within it. Walkways crossed empty space and joined platforms suspended without support. Hundreds of broken constructs floated around a central mechanism, their limbs and bodies drifting in silence. The engine was a nested arrangement of black rings, each rotated through the others without contact. Green light moved along their edges. At the center hung a shape too small to account for the machinery around it, a dark polyhedron no larger than a human skull. A damaged construct passed near the rings. Its severed arm returned. Metal flowed from the shoulder. Fingers unfolded. Scorch marks disappeared. Within seconds, the machine was whole. Tech Marine Solon approached the edge of the platform. "Restoration field." "More than restoration," said the second. He removed a combat blade and cast it into the open chamber. The knife passed through the rings. It struck the opposite platform. A second knife landed beside it. The two weapons were identical down to the scratches upon their hilts. Solon stared at them. "Duplication." "No," said the Primarch. "Preference." The Tech Marine looked toward him. "The mechanism identifies a condition and forces matter to conform." "To which condition?" "The one it recognizes as correct." No psychic presence entered the chamber. The muted pressure that accompanied living minds had vanished. Ver felt his own thoughts enclosed within his skull, isolated from the immaterium. It was not tranquility. It was amputation without pain. The second approached the engine. A section of the outer ring opened for him. Within rested a smaller component shaped from interlocking black planes. It pulsed with slow green light. "My lord," Ver said. The Primarch reached inside. The mechanism discharged. Every lumen died. For an instant, Asta Ver saw his father duplicated around the core. A dozen second Primarchs stood in overlapping positions, each reaching from a different angle. Then only one remained. The component rested in his hand. The great rings slowed. Across the chamber, restored constructs collapsed. The second examined the object. "The axiom," he said. Solon's helm turned. "You recognize it?" "I recognize its principle." The expedition returned to the flagship with fewer than half the warriors who had entered. The dead were catalogued. The wounded were examined. The axiom was placed inside a shielded laboratory under direct Legion guard. Initial tests restored fractured armor plates. A damaged bolter emerged whole after exposure, including ammunition expended before the weapon had entered the field. Corrupted gene seed samples lost visible mutation, though apothecaries refused implantation until longer study could determine whether the repair was genuine or merely superficial. A fragment of ruptured hull plating became two identical fragments. A servitor was brought near the device, then three more. All four turned their heads at the same moment. Their eyes moved together. One raised its left hand. The others copied it. No command had been issued. The second watched their synchronized movements. "A preferred state," he said. Asta Ver stood behind him. "For machines." The Primarch looked at the servitors. "For patterns." Warning klaxons sounded. Archmagos Thula Var had escaped confinement. He had killed 6 Legion serfs and disabled the mortal guards assigned to his deck. Skitari seized an auxiliary transmission chamber and began aligning its astropathic relay toward Terra. The second reached the chamber before the signal was completed. Var stood connected to the array, mechadendrites buried in the consoles. Binary warnings streamed across every display. "You have violated Imperial law," the Archmagos said. "You were ordered to remain confined." I acknowledge no biological despot's authority to conceal sacred discovery. The second raised one hand. Terminate the transmission. No. Then you have chosen. The purge began. Legionaries entered the Mechanicum decks with weapons raised. Skitarii fired first. Radium carbines filled the corridors with poisonous light. One legionary's breastplate split beneath sustained fire. His organs irradiated into black pulp before he reached the gun line. The Astartes answered with bolters. Skitarii bodies burst apart. Augmetic limbs spun through the air. Oil, blood, and coolant sheeted across the walls. Unarmed adepts ran from their laboratories. They were shot with the rest. A robed man raised both hands and shouted that he had taken no part in Var's rebellion. A bolt struck his abdomen, entered beneath the ribs, and detonated inside the spine. His torso folded backward around the explosion, showering. Legionaries fought beside Skitarii, who had accompanied them into the monolith only hours earlier. Recognition did not delay execution. Asta Ver entered the transmission chamber as the second tore Var from the array. The Archmagos struck with mechadendrites. Cutting limbs scored the Primarch's armor. A plasma tool burned across his side. The second seized Var by the throat. "You cannot hide what you have done," the Archmagos rasped. "I do not need to hide it forever." He drove Var's skull into the console. Metal bent. The natural side of the Archmagos' face split open. The second struck him again. Augmetic plates collapsed inward. The red optic burst. Coolant sprayed across the console. A third impact broke the skull. Grey brain tissue, brass fragments, and black machine oil ran together beneath the Primarch's hand. Var's limbs continued moving after the head had ceased to exist. The second tore out the central power spine and let the body collapse. "Erase the transmission records," he ordered. Ver looked at the dead Mechanicum adepts. They served the Imperium. They served Mars. They fought beside us. They attempted to betray this fleet. They attempted to inform the Emperor. The second faced him. "Do you object?" Ver felt the sealed mnemonic chamber within his armor waiting for a command. It was a private record system, isolated from the Legion network, designed to preserve testimony when battlefield data became compromised. He activated it without visible movement. The chamber began recording. "I obey," he said. The fleet withdrew from the monolith. No pursuit came, no weapon fired. The black structure remained against the stars, its impossible edges altering each time the Auspex looked away. Then, an escort vessel appeared beside the Legion formation. The ship was the Oath Unbroken. The Oath Unbroken already occupied its assigned position 3,000 kilometers away. For 4 minutes, 2 identical vessels sailed beside the fleet. Both transmitted correct identification codes. Both captains claimed to have entered the Attila system with the expedition. Both possessed matching crew rosters, damage reports, and memories. Each accused the other of being a construct. Weapons locked across the formation. The second ordered every gun held. Without warning, one Oath Unbroken vanished. There was no flash, no translation signature, no debris. It ceased to exist. The surviving vessel requested confirmation of identity. The second gave none. He ordered it back into formation and forbade further discussion. The Axiom pulsed within the flagship's sealed vault. That cycle, every sleeping legionary dreamed the same dream. They stood upon an endless plain of black metal beneath a sky without stars. Their father waited in the distance. He had no face. When they approached, he raised one hand. Every warrior raised his own at precisely the same instant. No one spoke. There was nothing left to say. The northern stars went dark one system at a time. At first, the disappearances were entered into expeditionary ledgers as failures of translation. Astropathic choirs fell silent. Supply flotillas failed to reach their assigned rendezvous. Survey fleets vanished beyond the borders of compliant space and left behind nothing except cooling beacon arrays and unanswered Vox traffic. Then the refugees began to arrive. They came aboard vessels whose hulls had been opened and resealed with substances no Imperial savant could identify. Merchantmen emerged from the warp, carrying decks packed with corpses. Naval cutters returned without crews, their corridors wet with blood and lined with human skins stretched over the bulkheads. One transport reached the Phaedron anchorage, with every passenger standing motionless in the cargo holds, their faces turned toward the prow. When boarding troops entered, the passengers opened their mouths together and spoke in a language that made 6 legionaries tear out their own auditory implants. The transport was destroyed by lance fire. The war received no single declaration. It spread like infection. Entire expeditionary fleets ceased to exist. Worlds that had accepted compliance were found stripped of life, their cities empty, their oceans clouded by organic residue. Titan maniples disappeared within forests of metallic growth and were discovered months later, fused into alien fortifications, their crews still alive inside their command thrones. The Imperium committed legions. Then it committed more. Hundreds of thousands of the Legions Astartes were drawn toward the northern and eastern fronts. Imperial army hosts followed in their billions. The Mechanicum sent Titan legions, Ordo Reductor siege engines and war machines taken from vaults sealed since the conquest of Mars. The Rangdan consumed them. No conflict of the Great Crusade had demanded so much blood. No enemy had adapted so quickly to Imperial doctrine. Every victory revealed another system under attack. Every retreat delivered prisoners, weapons, and tactical intelligence into alien hands. The War Council convened aboard the Dark Angel's command vessel, Invincible Reason. The Strategium was built from black iron and old stone brought from Caliban. Weapon racks stood between banks of tactical displays. Hooded legionaries guarded every entrance. The air smelled of oil, incense, and the cold metal breath of void machinery. Lionel Johnson stood at the head of the table. He wore black plate without ornament beyond the winged sword of his legion. His expression gave away nothing. Light from the hololith cut his face into planes of pale flesh and shadow. "The Rangdan advance is not a continuous front," he said. "It consists of coordinated penetrations along 17 translation routes. 7 have been confirmed. 4 are probable. 6 remain inferred from fleet losses." He touched the projection. Stars turned red. The enemy does not occupy worlds for territory. It converts them into supply, weaponry, or biological stock. No captured population can be considered recoverable without examination. Leman Russ leaned over the table, both fists planted upon its rim. His armor was scarred and dark with old blood. A wolfskin hung from one shoulder, the fur stiff where alien fluids had dried within it. He had not washed since returning from the fighting at Yarant. "They hunt like ice wolves beneath a blizzard," he said. "You see the first shape and think the pack is before you. Then teeth close from behind." A mortal admiral glanced at the tactical display. "The intelligence does not indicate a second fleet behind our lines." Russ looked at him. "The intelligence is what the enemy has permitted you to see." The admiral stiffened. The lion did not rebuke Russ. "The Wolf King is correct," he said. "Rangdan vessels have crossed defended routes without triggering auger stations. Either their concealment exceeds our detection capacity, or our stations have been compromised." The second Primarch stood on the opposite side of the table. His gunmetal armor had been repaired since Imga, but the new plate did not perfectly match the old. Darker sections marked where the monolith's weapons had removed ceramite and flesh alike. "Fleet tonnage along the eastern corridor is insufficient," he said. "Withdraw from the outer 6 systems. Concentrate at the Malkor and Heliad junctions. Destroy all infrastructure before withdrawal." The mortal commanders looked toward him. Lord Militant Oros Van spoke carefully. "Those systems contain 11 compliant worlds. They contain resources the enemy will otherwise use. More than 9 billion Imperial citizens. They cannot be evacuated within the available interval." Van's jaw tightened. "You propose their extermination. I propose denying their conversion. Russ turned his head. You have learned the enemy's tongue quickly. The second looked at him. I use accurate terms. You always do. The lion enlarged the projection of the threatened region. Population loss is secondary. If the junctions fall, the Rangdan will possess 3 routes toward the inner sectors. Van stared at him. My lords, with respect, 9 billion lives cannot be entered as a secondary consideration. They can, said the lion. You object because you have not yet accepted the scale of the war. Russ pushed away from the table. I accept it. The lion's eyes moved toward him. But, he asked, but a warrior who spends lives too easily has usually forgotten how to win without spending them. The second said, the lives are already lost. No, Russ replied. They are at risk. You prefer the certainty of death because uncertainty offends you. The second ignored the accusation. Acceptable extinction rates must be established before further deployments. Commanders cannot improvise policy during infection events. Extinction is not a rate, said Van. It is when measured across systems. The lion looked between his brothers. The Rangdan will not negotiate. They will not accept surrender. They will not remain contained. Therefore they will be annihilated. All 3 Primarchs agreed. None agreed upon what annihilation permitted. The enemy came before the council ended. Warning klaxons sounded through the invincible reason. Tactical displays shifted from strategic projection to immediate threat. Red icons multiplied along the outer edge of the system. The void rippled. Rangdan vessels emerged without warp flare. They resembled immense spined organisms encased in layers of black armor. Their hulls bent where human ships required straight lines. Metallic flails trailed behind them, each chain kilometers long, each weighted head glowing with captive energy. The Imperial fleet opened fire. Lance batteries crossed the darkness in white spears. Macro cannon broadsides followed, shells hammering through the void in dense patterns. The first Rangdan vessel took 3 lance strikes along its prow. Armor burst outward. Pale matter boiled beneath the plates. It did not slow. The alien ship rolled through the barrage and released its flails. One struck an Imperial cruiser across the dorsal hull. Void shields collapsed in a storm of blue lightning. The weighted head punched through armor and embedded itself near the reactor decks. The chain tightened. The Rangdan vessel pulled. Kilometers of Imperial armor peeled away. Compartments opened to space. Crewmen, servitors, and machinery erupted from the wound. Thousands died before they understood that the hull had failed. Others survived long enough to see the stars rushing toward them as decompression dragged them through corridors filled with blood, loose equipment, and screaming bodies. Alien boarding spines drove into the exposed decks. They pulsed. Organisms poured through them. The invincible reason turned broadside and fired every port battery. Mass reactive shells and macro rounds struck a Rangdan cruiser at close range. Its outer shell split. Internal structures writhed beneath the armor like exposed organs. A Dark Angel's battleship rammed it. The Imperial vessel's armored prow penetrated deep into alien flesh and metal. Both ships rotated together, locked in a collision that tore gun towers and engine vanes from their hulls. Destroyers passed around them, firing into the wound. The Rangdan vessel died without explosion. Its internal light simply vanished. It continued drifting through the battle. Within the crippled Imperial cruiser, men fought in corridors flooded with coolant and blood. Asta Vare led the boarding counterattack. Freezing vapor filled the lower decks. Emergency lumens flashed through red mist. Legionaries moved in sealed plate, boots crushing spent casings and severed hands into the deck grating. The first Rangdan organism emerged through a ruptured bulkhead. It wore the remains of a human naval officer. The face hung loosely over a skull too long for it. One eye remained human. The other was a cluster of black lenses. Fingers divided into hooked feeding limbs as the thing unfolded. Vare fired twice. The first bolt burst the stolen face apart. The second detonated inside the elongated skull. Black fluid and fragments of human teeth sprayed the corridor. More came behind it. Some moved on jointed limbs. Others dragged themselves through the coolant on masses of tendrils. One still wore the torso of a deckhand around its central body, the man's arms twitching as alien organs worked beneath his opened ribs. The legionaries advanced through them. Bolters thundered. Chain blades tore through layered flesh. Green-black blood steamed where it struck the freezing deck. A Rangdan weapon discharged from the darkness. Brother Calvin stopped moving. His armor remained intact. Then blood began pouring through every joint. He fell to his knees. His breastplate showed no penetration, but something inside him had liquefied. Thick red fluid spilled from his mouth grill. His secondary heart, reduced to pulp, emerged with the flow. Vare caught him before he collapsed. Calvin tried to speak. His tongue slid from his mouth in a rope of dissolved tissue. Vare lowered him to the deck and shot him through the head. "Internal dissolution weapons," he voxed. "Armor integrity is irrelevant. Use cover." The legionaries spread into the side passages. The enemy followed. By the time the fleet battle ended, 3 Imperial capital vessels had been destroyed, 9 crippled, and more than 100 escorts lost. The Rangdan withdrew. No one called it victory. The next battle waited upon a fortress world whose original name had been deleted after the first infection. Its continents had become trench lines. Billions of Imperial army soldiers occupied fortifications extending across mountain ranges, industrial basins, and the ruins of cities evacuated months earlier. Trenches ran in parallel bands from polar ice to equatorial desert. Gun emplacements rose every few kilometers. Ammunition dumps formed underground cities. Solar auxiliary cohorts deployed from Dracosan armored carriers beneath the cover of artillery. Baneblades and Malcador heavy tanks formed mobile bastions around command positions. Their guns fired until barrels glowed red. Infantry sheltered beneath their hulls during bombardments, then advanced through the smoke when orders came. Titans walked above them. Warhounds hunted through burning city districts, their reactor growls rolling between the towers. Reaver Titans strode behind infantry offensives, weapons hurling suns into enemy formations. On the western horizon, warlords exchanged fire across distances so great that mortal eyes saw only flashes followed seconds later by mountains of earth erupting into the sky. The Second Legion descended into the center of it. Stormbirds came down through clouds stained black by ash and aircraft wreckage. Drop pods struck behind failing trenches. Assault rams buried themselves in alien fortifications and disgorged breacher squads into chambers packed with half-grown human bodies. The conventional armies were dying faster than reinforcements could land. The Rangdan elite met legionaries as equals. They were tall, narrow things, wrapped in personal fields that distorted incoming fire. Bolter shells slowed before touching them, hanging in the air for a fraction of a second before turning aside. Their weapons made no report. Armor remained unmarred, while warriors died within it, organs transformed into fluid or rearranged inside the ribcage. One legionary opened his helm after a strike and found his lungs forced upward into his throat. Another continued fighting for 12 seconds after his brain had been displaced into his chest. Mimics moved among the Imperial lines. They wore copied flesh. They spoke with stolen voices. A sergeant returned to his regiment after 3 days missing and correctly named every man beneath his command. He knew their homeworld, their officers, and the jokes told around their ration fires. He was exposed only when an apothecary noticed that he blinked one eye at a time. When cut open, the sergeant contained no human organs. His ribcage was filled with a folded creature that screamed in the voices of the men it had consumed. Behind the Rangdan host, darker things moved. Sloth murder mines drifted above fields of corpses, their robed forms concealing bodies composed of writhing worms. They harvested the dead with mechanical tendrils and opened the living without killing them. Prisoners were reduced to information while they remained conscious. Memories became tactical maps. Fear became a weapon. The second changed the rules of survival. Any formation that lost Vox contact was classified as compromised. No returning unit crossed Imperial lines without biomantic examination. Refugees were denied entry entirely. At Gate Cinder, 40,000 civilians emerged from the ruins carrying wounded soldiers. They approached beneath white cloths and Imperial banners. The second ordered flame units forward. The refugees realized what was happening when promethium nozzles lowered. Men began running. The first jets crossed the road. Bodies ignited, skin blackened and split, clothing fused to flesh. Mothers were absent from the column. The survivors were factory men, soldiers and boys old enough to carry ammunition. They screamed with the same voices as loyal subjects. The fire did not distinguish loyalty. Legionaries shot those who escaped the flames. Apothecaries worked in examination pits behind the lines. Living soldiers were strapped to iron tables. Power blades opened abdominal walls. Hands entered still-moving bodies to search for alien organs. Men begged to be sedated. Most were ignored. Drugs interfered with biomantic reactions. Suspected auxilia were killed in their hundreds. One regiment was condemned because its colonel repeated a phrase previously spoken by a Rangdan mimic. The soldiers protested as legionaries surrounded them. They lowered their lasrifles. They recited their oaths. The Second Legion opened fire. Bolts tore ranks apart. Bodies burst against one another. A chain blade went through an officer from shoulder to hip, spilling ribs and organs across his command staff. Men crawled through the dead, begging the Astartes to stop. The legionaries continued until nothing moved. Astaver watched the executions and recorded them within his sealed mnemonic core. He no longer knew whether the record was testimony, confession, or preparation. The Rangdan breakthrough began before dawn. Alien forces penetrated the southern defense belt and encircled 3 million Imperial soldiers. Trench systems vanished beneath living armor. Vox channels filled with false orders and human voices pleading for artillery support from positions already overrun. The second studied the tactical display. A relief force would require 19 hours. The pocket would survive 6. He issued the bombardment order. Lord Militant Van stared at him. Our troops remain inside the target zone. Yes, 3 million. The enemy spearhead numbers more. We can attempt extraction. Extraction exposes the central line. We can open an armored corridor. It will be closed before half the encircled formations escape. Van's face had become grey. Then half may escape. Half is not sufficient. The bombardment began. Orbital shells descended through the atmosphere. The first impacts turned trenches into molten craters. Pressure reached the soldiers before the flame. Human bodies burst inside armor. Eyes, tongues, and intestines were forced outward by the shock. Tanks flipped through the air, trailing burning crews. Bane blades weighing hundreds of tons rose from the ground and came down upside down, crushing infantry beneath their turrets. Ammunition magazines detonated. Men became red vapor inside command bunkers. Legionaries vanished beneath mountains of soil, broken ferrocrete and shredded flesh. The shelling continued until the encirclement ceased to exist. So did almost everyone within it. The Rangdan spearhead was destroyed. The central line held. Russ found the second beside the bombardment map. The Wolf King entered still carrying his frost blade. Alien blood smoked along its edge. You made no attempt, he said. The second did not look up. An attempt would have failed. You do not know that. I calculated it. You calculated the cost you preferred. They were doomed. I have killed doomed men. Then your objection is false. Russ struck the table with one fist. The stone cracked. My objection is that you never tried to save them. The line survived. The lion entered behind him. His armor was blackened by fire. The line survived, he repeated. The arithmetic is therefore irrelevant. Russ looked from one brother to the other. That is the sickness in both of you. The lion's eyes narrowed. Choose your next words. Russ bared his teeth. A warrior who forgets the cost of victory becomes an enemy of those he claims to defend. The second regarded him. The statement was sentimental. Cost had been measured. The result had justified expenditure. Yet he remembered the words. The Axiom was deployed that night. Its emitters were hidden inside armored vehicles positioned along the central front. Tech Marines activated the device under direct command of the Primarch. Green light moved across the battlefield. The effect passed through trenches, bunkers, and corpse fields without heat. Mimics began to change. Human skins split down the spine. Alien limbs unfolded from borrowed bodies. Faces sagged as the structures beneath them returned toward original form. Soldiers who had passed every examination screamed while jaws opened inside their chests. Rangdan command signals collapsed. Thousands of enslaved troops stopped firing. Some woke inside bodies altered beyond recognition. Others discovered their hands wrapped around the throats of men they remembered as comrades. Neural parasites tore free from skulls and died in the mud. The former thralls screamed. The Imperial counterattack advanced through them. Bolters cut down Xenos and liberated slaves together. Tanks crushed convulsing bodies beneath their tracks. Legionaries fired into crowds until no shape remained upright. By dawn, the front belonged to the Imperium. The Emperor learned of the Axiom before the dead were counted. His message reached the second through a sealed custodian relay. Use of the prohibited mechanism was acknowledged. Judgment was postponed. The war required continuation. The second read the order twice. He interpreted postponement as recognition that results superseded prohibition. Upon terror, Malkador read the same words and understood something different. Necessity had taught the lost son the most dangerous lesson a conqueror could learn. Success did not merely excuse disobedience. Success could make disobedience appear to have been permission all along. Karen Gate was not a world. It was a lock placed across the throat of the Imperium. 3 inhabited planets circled a swollen blue-white star. Weaponized moons guarded the translation lanes. Orbital citadels hung above the planetary poles, their lance batteries bound to reactors large enough to power continents. Mine belts drifted through the outer system in layers, each warhead dormant until approached by a vessel lacking Imperial recognition codes. Beyond Karen lay the populated interior, dozens of human sectors, hundreds of compliant systems, worlds that had never seen the Rangdan except in censored picked records and casualty notices bearing names too numerous to read aloud. Forge colonies fed the Great Crusade from there.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Recruitment planets raised fresh regiments. Shipyards built the fleets that carried the Emperor's will through the dark. If Karen fell, the northern frontier would cease to exist. The Rangdan would not find scattered outposts behind it. They would find humanity. More than 2 billion Imperial soldiers, naval ratings, laborers and legion serfs were committed to the defense. Their transport fleets filled the system with engine light. Infantry regiments covered continents. Ammunition depots rose beneath mountains. Servitor columns moved shells through tunnels day and night until their organic components died from exhaustion and were replaced without interruption. The enemy assembled beyond the outermost planet. No reliable count existed. Rangdan vessels arrived with holds packed by thralls taken from dead civilizations. Human soldiers marched beside creatures for which Imperial xenologists had no names. Some came from worlds destroyed so completely that all official record of their existence had been erased. They carried weapons made from their own bones. They wore armor fashioned from the skins of conquered species. Many fought without understanding that the thoughts inside their skulls were no longer their own. The second Primarch reviewed Karen Gate from a chamber buried beneath the northern citadel of the Middle World. Hololithic light filled the strategium. Planets hung above the central table, surrounded by orbital paths, fleet vectors, and projected enemy advances. Every surface was crowded with formations. Every formation carried a number of lives. The Primarch moved them with one hand. Outer defense stations were designated as delay points. Their commanders were not told that relief would never come. Mine belts were altered to create apparent gaps, drawing Rangdan vessels toward overlapping lance fire. Fleet reserves withdrew behind the largest gas giant, hiding within radiation storms powerful enough to blind ordinary augurs. Titan legions occupied hardened continental redoubts. Their reactors remained cold until the enemy crossed pre-selected killing lines. Infantry were placed by the 100 million along the primary invasion corridors. They were not expected to stop the Rangdan. They were expected to slow them. Each defensive belt would feed the next, with time purchased in blood. Retreat routes were prepared where retreat served the plan. Elsewhere, passages were mined, so withdrawing armies could be destroyed before the enemy used them as guides. Asta Vare studied the deployment in silence. He had learned that his gene father disliked objections founded only upon feeling. Vare therefore examined supply estimates, orbital trajectories, and casualty projections before he spoke. The moon-designated Karen Major possesses 800 million inhabitants. Yes. Civilian laborers, industrial crews, and dependents. Yes. Evacuation capacity has been reduced. Converted. Vare brought up the fleet assignments. The moon's transport vessels had been reassigned to carry macro cannon shells, reactor fuel, void shield components, and replacement armor for the Titans stationed below. Those ships were intended for population removal. They now serve a more necessary function. The moon lies directly within the projected Rangdan advance. That is why it must appear defended. Vare looked at his father. Karen Major was the system's largest satellite. Its mineral refineries and subterranean dockyards produced armor plating for the orbital citadels. Millions of workers lived beneath its cratered surface, packed into districts surrounding the industrial cores. You are using the population to support a deception. I am using the moon. The moon is inhabited. That increases its credibility as a defended position. Vare understood. The enemy would expect the Imperium to protect 800 million lives. A withdrawal would reveal the moon's strategic weakness. Leaving the population in place transformed fear, obligation, and the appearance of desperation into another layer of camouflage. The civilians cannot contribute meaningfully to the defense. They contribute by remaining, without knowing why. Knowledge would not improve their contribution. Vare's helm rested beneath one arm. He felt the sealed mnemonic core embedded within his armor. It contained the execution of Archmagos Thula Var. It contained the burning refugees, the opened bodies of soldiers, and the bombardment that had buried 3 million Imperial troops beneath their own fortifications. It would contain this as well. Have the moon's commanders been informed? They have received all orders necessary to perform their assigned functions. That was not my question. The Primarch turned from the hololith. No. Vare held his gaze. For a moment, neither spoke. You object, the second said. I understand the tactical reasoning. That is not an answer. I object. Can you offer an alternative that preserves the system? No. Then preserve your objection. It may become useful after victory. The first defense stations died before the Rangdan fleet entered the orbit of the outer planet. They fired until their lance batteries overheated. Imperial crews remained at their stations, while flail ships crossed the mine belts, their black hulls opening to release clouds of thralls and boarding organisms. Station Malleus delayed the enemy for 23 minutes. Its final transmission was not a plea for rescue. The commander reported enemy tonnage, targeting behavior, and estimated shield recovery intervals, while metallic flails wrapped around the station's central spine. The Rangdan pulled. Armor kilometers thick peeled from the station. Compartments opened. Atmosphere exploded outward, carrying men, fire, and fragments of machinery. The command crew continued transmitting until the reactor decks ruptured. The station vanished in a sphere of white light. No relief force had been sent. The void battle spread through the system and refused to end. Imperial battleships fired until their macro-cannon barrels deformed from heat. Gun crews collapsed beside loading mechanisms, blood running from their ears as repeated detonations ruptured vessels inside their skulls. Ratings dragged the dead aside and took their places. The Rangdan came on through the barrage. Flail ships tore escorts open and dragged the wrecks into other vessels. A destroyer struck an Imperial cruiser broadside, its reactor core still burning. Both ships broke apart in the collision. Thousands of crewmen died beneath decks folded like wet parchment. One Rangdan vessel wrapped its chains around a Legion battle barge and attempted to pull away the armored prow. The barge increased thrust instead. Both ships accelerated toward one another. They collided hard enough to shatter their outer hulls. Boarding organisms poured across the point of impact, while the battle barge's breacher squads forced their way into the alien vessel. Asta Ver fought through the lower gunnery decks of the Judgment Unbound, after Rangdan interference blinded the armor lenses of every legionary aboard. They removed their helms. The ship's interior roared around them. Emergency klaxons fought with the thunder of guns and the shriek of metal under strain. Smoke filled the corridors. Ruptured coolant lines vented freezing vapor across blood-slicked decks. The enemy came through a breach wider than a land raider. Crewmen had been caught there when the hull folded inward. Some had been crushed into the walls. Others had become entangled with cables and broken armor plating. Their bodies hung in sections, skinless muscle and splintered ribs trembling whenever the ship fired. A legionary passed too close to one mass. A dead crewman's skull burst beneath his pauldron, spraying bone fragments and brain matter across his bare face. He did not blink. "Contact," Ver said. Rangdan elite moved through the vapor. Their personal fields distorted the air. Stolen faces stretched across angular skulls. Weapons unfolded from elongated limbs. Ver fired. The first bolt slowed as it entered the alien field, turned in the air and struck the ceiling. The second followed. The Rangdan weapon pulsed. Brother Talvar's breastplate remained whole. His abdomen expanded. Something inside him ruptured with enough force to lift him from the deck. Blood erupted through the seals at his waist and throat. His stomach, liver and sections of intestine had been liquefied without the armor being breached. Talvar fell upon his back, choking. Ver charged. He crossed the corridor before the Rangdan could fire again and drove his power sword through its field at close range. The disruption field resisted for a fraction of a second, screaming against alien energy, then passed through the creature's neck. The head fell. Its borrowed human face continued blinking after it struck the deck. More emerged. Legionaries met them without helmets, fighting close enough to smell the chemical stink of their bodies. Chain blades tore through alien limbs. Power fists collapsed narrow torsos. One Rangdan struck a legionary across the face and removed the front of his skull. The warrior remained standing long enough to fire his bolter into the alien's chest before his exposed brain slid from the broken bone. The corridor floor became a slurry of blood, coolant, and pulverized tissue. Ver fought through it until the enemy breach had been sealed by bodies. On the planets below, armies became weather. Armored formations clashed in numbers too vast for mortal command staffs to understand. Tactical engines reduced millions of vehicles to colored streams moving across maps. Men inside the tanks saw only smoke, fire, and the rear armor of the vehicle before them. Bane blades formed battle lines measured in hundreds of kilometers. Their main guns fired into Rangdan war beasts, large enough to crawl over fortifications. Malkador squadrons advanced between them, hulls shaking beneath the impact of alien weapons. Volkite fire crossed the dark in red-white sheets. Thralls ignited from within. Their flesh burned beneath unbroken skin until their bodies opened in bursts of ash. Thousands collapsed at once, leaving black outlines upon the ground. Phosphex crawled across captured trench systems. It moved like living hunger, seeking heat. Thralls, auxilia, and wounded legionaries burned together where the chemical flame found them. Men tore away their own flesh trying to escape it. Armor became ovens. Bodies were reduced to blackened skeletons that continued glowing after the battle passed. Titans walked above the slaughter. Warhounds hunted through the ruins of hive districts, their Vulcan megabolters turning entire streets into clouds of flesh and stone. Reavers fired through ash storms. Warlords answered Rangdan siege organisms across horizons invisible beneath the smoke. A Reaver named Spear of Soul took an alien beam through its hip assembly. The god engine staggered. Its princeps attempted to correct the fall, but one leg ceased responding. The Titan leaned across the battlefield, while warning sirens wailed from external speakers. Infantry looked up. The Reaver fell like a collapsing cathedral. Its shoulder struck first. Armored. Superstructure broke apart, crushing trenches, tanks, and entire regiments beneath it. Tens of thousands died under the reactor housing. Men were flattened so completely that blood sprayed from beneath the metal in rivers. The reactor breached moments later. Light consumed everything around it. The second watched the Titan's death through the tactical feed. He moved 3 infantry armies into the gap before the wreckage finished burning. The central Rangdan command vessel entered Karen's inner orbit on the 3rd day. It was larger than an Imperial battleship and shaped like a hooked spine wrapped around a dark organic core. Flail chains trailed behind it, carrying the broken hulls of ships caught during the advance. Psychic interference rolled from the vessel in waves. Astropaths screamed. Navigators went blind. Servitors across the fleet began speaking in voices that did not belong to them. The second ordered teleport chambers prepared. Astaver joined him beneath the arming vaults. Cataphracti terminators locked weapons into place. Tech Marines completed final checks on shield generators. Apothecaries loaded gene seed vaults. In anticipation of losses, no one attempted to disguise. The destination cannot be fixed, Ver said. It can be approximated. An approximation during teleportation places warriors inside solid matter. Yes. How many? Enough. Ver almost laughed. He had forgotten how. The Primarch wore repaired gunmetal armor over the wounds earned during earlier battles. The Axiom rested inside a shielded casket, carried by 4 legionaries. You intend to deploy the device aboard the command vessel. I intend to prevent its escape. The Emperor's prohibition remains. The Emperor postponed judgment. That was not approval. It was not prevention. The teleport chambers activated. Reality became white agony. Astaver emerged with one leg embedded in a wall. His armor screamed warnings. The black material had fused around his greave. He cut himself free with his power sword, while the rest of the assault force materialized around him. Some were less fortunate. One Terminator appeared halfway inside the deck. His lower body did not emerge. Blood and torn organs erupted around the point of fusion. He fired twice before dying upright, trapped inside the ship. Another materialized through a support rib. The alien structure occupied his torso from pelvis to throat. His armor had merged with living metal and flesh. His primary heart continued beating inside the wall for several seconds. The survivors advanced. The corridors were organic. Walls contracted around them. Veins pulsed beneath translucent membranes. Suspended human bodies hung within alcoves, their skulls opened and their nervous systems woven into the vessel. Some were still conscious. Their eyes followed the legionaries. Their mouths moved without sound. Rangdan organisms emerged from openings in the walls. Bolters thundered. Mass reactive shells struck captives and captors alike. Human skulls burst inside the alcoves. Brains, cables, and fragments of bone sprayed across Legion armor. One captive's body opened from groin to throat under a burst meant for the creature behind him, spilling organs through the web of nerves that kept him alive. The second did not slow. Forward. The Terminators fired in controlled volleys. Storm bolters tore Rangdan bodies into black fragments. Chain fists chewed through internal doors. Melter weapons burned passages through living armor, filling the ship with the smell of cooked meat and hot metal. The enemy resisted with increasing violence. A Rangdan guardian drove an energy blade through a Terminator's chest. The weapon emerged from his back, trailing strips of both hearts. The legionary seized the alien and detonated a grenade between them. The explosion covered the Primarch in blood and fragments of cataphractii plate. He walked through the remains. Far below, Karen Major began to move. The moon's industrial reactors had been seized by Rangdan infiltrators. Gravity engines, mining arrays, and captured orbital tugs were turned upon the satellite's course. Augurs showed the change first. Karen Major was leaving orbit, slowly, impossibly. Its new trajectory would carry it into the Imperial fleet anchorage. A moon of iron, stone, and 800 million human beings had become a projectile. Fleet officers demanded orders. The second received the transmission inside the command vessel. He looked at the trajectory for less than a second. "Activate contingency, Karen." Astaver heard the words. He understood before the fleet did. Buried cyclonic charges answered the command. The moon's industrial reactors entered overload. No warning was transmitted to the surface. Workers remained at their stations. Soldiers held trench lines beneath the crater walls. Legionaries fought through subterranean dockyards without knowing that their gene-sire had already sentenced them. Karen Major detonated. The first blast split the moon's mantle. Fire appeared along cracks thousands of kilometers long. Atmosphere tore away. Cities vanished beneath rising continents of molten rock. Then the cyclonic charges reached full yield. The moon came apart. 800 million civilians died. 26 million Imperial soldiers died with them. Several thousand legionaries vanished without receiving a final order. The explosion crossed the void as expanding ruin. Rock fragments struck the Rangdan fleet corridor. Vessels were crushed, impaled or thrown into one another. Flail ships disappeared beneath molten debris. The controlled advance collapsed into chaos. The Imperial anchorage survived behind the shadow of the gas giant. The system did not fall. Aboard the command vessel, the explosion shattered gravity. The Primarch and his sons were hurled through the organic passage. Astaver struck a wall hard enough to crack his breastplate. Terminators tumbled together, tons of armor crushing bodies beneath them. The second rose first. One side of his armor had burned away. Exposed muscle covered his ribs and shoulder. Blood ran down his arm. He looked toward the ship's core. The commander remains alive. Ver forced himself upright. The vessel is breaking. Then we have little time. They found the Rangdan master within a chamber wrapped in pulsing neural tissue. It was larger than a dreadnought. Armor grew from its body in overlapping black plates. Limbs ended in blades, feeding appendages and weapons that altered shape as they moved. The Primarch attacked before it completed the change. Their impact broke the chamber floor. The creature drove a blade through his side. The second seized the limb and tore it free. Black fluid flooded over him. The alien struck again, crushing armor and burning flesh from his face. The Primarch climbed onto its body. He forced both hands beneath the armor protecting its skull. The Rangdan screamed through every human mouth embedded in the walls. The second pulled. Bone, armor, and nerve bundles tore together. The head came free with lengths of spinal tissue trailing from it. The ship began to collapse. The surviving Terminators fought their way toward an emergency assault craft grown into the vessel's outer hull. Its controls were alien. Its interior was filled with half-formed organisms. The second killed them with his hands. He forced the craft free before the command vessel broke apart. When he returned to the Imperial flagship, he walked into the embarkation deck, carrying the severed Rangdan head. It required both hands. One side of his body had burned to exposed muscle. His face was dark with blood. Shattered plates hung from his armor. The alien's spinal tendrils dragged behind him, leaving a wet trail across the deck. The assembled soldiers began to cheer. The sound rose from thousands of throats. Naval ratings struck fists against breastplates. Legion serfs fell to their knees. Wounded warriors lifted weapons. They saw the father of the Second Legion returning from the enemy command vessel with proof of victory in his hands. Astaver walked behind him. He saw the blood dripping from the Primarch's armor. He knew some of it belonged to sons abandoned beneath the surface of Karen Major. The system held. Horus sent praise across every Imperial command channel. He named the second the savior of the Northern Imperium and declared that countless human worlds lived because one brother had possessed the will to do what necessity demanded. The Lion reviewed the destruction of the moon and judged it operationally correct. Russ refused to attend the Victory Council. Dawn requested a full account of the casualties. The report sent to him listed losses far below the true number. Civilian deaths were classified as enemy attributable. Legion losses upon the moon were divided among void actions, surface attrition, and missing formations. No record identified the cyclonic charges as an Imperial contingency authorized before the battle began. The second read the altered report. He had not ordered every falsification. Some had been added by iterators, fleet officials, and administratum clerks, who understood that victory required a form suitable for history. The Imperium had accepted the destruction of the moon. It rejected only the truth of the scale. The conclusion entered his private catalogue. Monstrous action was not forbidden. Inconvenient knowledge of monstrous action was forbidden. The axiom changed after Karen. It had remained active during the moon's destruction and the death of millions within the wider command network. No tech marine could explain how those neural patterns had reached it. The device possessed no recognized receiver. No astropathic interface connected it to the planet or fleets. Yet it had absorbed something. Servitors near the containment vault began turning their heads together. Crewmen on separate decks spoke identical phrases without knowing why. A gunloader paused in the middle of his labor and whispered, "The line must hold." 300 men across the flagship said the same words at the same moment. Machines activated without instruction. Damaged targeting arrays corrected themselves according to patterns no operator had entered. Mortal crewmen dreamed of standing beneath a sky without stars, awaiting a command they knew would complete them. The second observed the phenomena from behind the vault's shielded glass. The axiom pulsed. Around it, servitors raised their right hands. Every movement was identical. No hesitation, no misunderstanding, no fear. The Primarch watched them for a long time. He thought of Helicon, where rulers had sacrificed civilians because they expected imperial restraint. He thought of the Rangdan mimics, wearing loyal faces. He thought of 3 million soldiers buried beneath imperial bombardment. He thought of Karen Major moving toward the fleet with 800 million human lives trapped upon it. Every catastrophe began with divided purpose. Commanders hesitated, subjects rebelled, enemies corrupted, brothers disagreed over the cost of survival. The axiom offered another condition: one species, one purpose, one will moving through billions of bodies. No betrayal, no civil war, no need for another Karen Gate. The Primarch placed one hand against the shielded glass. Inside the vault, every servitor copied him. For the first time, he did not see obedience as a weapon used to preserve humanity. He saw it as the final form humanity was meant to take. The Rangdan War did not end when the fleets withdrew. It remained in blood. It remained in bone. It remained in the nervous systems of men who woke screaming in apothecarian vaults, their hands clawing at restraints, while medici servitors searched their organs for alien tissue. It remained in cities where the dead had been stacked into defensive walls. It remained inside ships whose crews heard voices traveling through conduits long after every infestation had been burned from the decks. Victory produced no celebration. It produced quarantine. Worlds that had survived the xenocides were sealed behind naval cordons. No vessel departed without inspection. No astropath transmitted without sanction. No refugee fleet crossed into uncontaminated space. The surviving populations waited beneath the guns of the Imperium. Then, the biopogroms began. The Second Legion advanced through refugee encampments in sealed warplate. Auspex arrays scanned body heat, bone structure, neural activity, and genetic deviation. Apothecaries followed with examination instruments and portable incinerators. Destroyer cadres guarded the outer fences with rad weapons and alchem flamers. Asta Ver walked beside a line of kneeling survivors on the world-designated Morvain. The men had been stripped naked despite the freezing rain. Their clothing lay in soaked heaps behind them. Numbers had been painted across their chests. Most were workers. Some were soldiers. All showed signs of starvation. A medici servitor pressed a needle into the throat of the first prisoner. Blood entered a crystal vial. The servitor clicked. Amber light appeared above its diagnostic lens. Uncertain. The kneeling man looked up at Ver. "My lord, I served the 122nd Morvain Rifles." Ver examined the service scars burned into the man's shoulder. "I see them. We held the northern pumping station for 11 days. I have the record. I killed them. So did many. I am clean. The examination is uncertain." The man began shaking. Behind Ver, a legionary raised a bolt pistol. "Wait," the prisoner said. "Test me again." The bolt entered beneath his left eye. His skull burst outward. Brain matter and fragments of the rear cranium struck the men kneeling behind him. The body folded into the mud. The next prisoner began praying. The servitor inserted its needle. Amber light. The bolt pistol fired again. The line moved forward. Those marked green were sent towards sterilization barracks. Those marked red were burned. Those marked amber were executed because uncertainty had become another form of infection. No appeal existed. No record of past loyalty altered the result. Mutants were killed first. Men with additional joints, hardened skin, or changes in eye color were separated beneath the watch of apothecaries. Some mutations had existed for generations and carried no relationship to the Rangdan. That distinction no longer mattered. A man with 6 fingers on one hand held the limb against his chest. I was born this way. A destroyer legionary drove a chain blade through his abdomen. The weapon roared upward, opening ribs, lungs, and throat before erupting through the jaw. Blood sprayed across the warrior's armor. The corpse fell in 2 steaming sections. The bodies were fed into trench furnaces. Smoke covered the encampments day and night. The Legion had once understood itself as the blade carried by mankind into darkness. Now its warriors marched between human beings and the Imperium, deciding which possessed enough of the former to be admitted into the latter. That boundary narrowed with every world. At first, legionaries spoke of necessity. Then they ceased speaking. Orders were easier to obey when no language was permitted to form around them. Asta Ver continued recording. His mnemonic core contained voices, casualty lists, and the final words of men condemned because an instrument had failed to determine whether they were safe. The record changed nothing. He preserved it because forgetting had begun to feel like complicity. The recovered world of Threnos refused evacuation. Its capital had survived beneath overlapping void shields, while the continents around it burned. The Rangdan had occupied the southern hives, converted the dead into nerve relays, and driven thrall armies toward the capital for more than a year. The defenders had endured. When the Imperium returned, they saw the quarantine fleet and assumed the rescuers had come to complete the destruction. Planetary defense forces sealed the gates. Artillery batteries turned toward the landing zones. The city's rulers transmitted a single declaration. No Imperial examiner would enter. No citizen would submit to removal. Any vessel crossing the shield line would be destroyed. Fleet commanders recommended bombardment. The second refused. He watched the capital from the strategium of his flagship. The city spread across a continent, its towers rising through layers of black cloud. Millions crowded inside its walls. Food reserves were failing. Disease moved through the lower districts. Defense formations remained disciplined despite exhaustion. The Primarch studied the resistance without anger. "Establish phase transmitters," he said. Astaver stood beside the hololithic projection. "Around the capital? Across every principal approach. The axiom has not been tested at this scale. That is why the city is suitable." Ver turned from the projection. "No human trial has been authorized." The Primarch continued placing emitters upon the map. "Authorization is a ritual used by lesser minds to protect themselves from responsibility. It is also the Emperor's law. The Emperor postponed judgment. He did not grant permission. He permitted continued use where necessity required it. This population is contained. It is resistant. That is not the same." The second looked at him. "It will become the same when their food fails. Disorder will spread. The outer districts will riot. Defense forces will kill civilians. The government will fracture. We will then expend troops, taking a city that could be preserved intact." Preserved. Yes. Ver considered the word. The capital would remain. Its structures would stand. Its people might even survive. He no longer knew whether survival described what the axiom left behind. "My lord, what condition will you impose?" "Loyalty. That is not a measurable physical state. Neither is fear, yet fear governs bodies. You do not know what the mechanism will do to them. I will know afterward." The transmitters descended under cover of darkness. Armored landers placed them beyond the range of the city's direct fire batteries. Tech Marines buried phase conduits beneath the ash fields, while Legion breachers guarded the work. Each transmitter resembled a black obelisk without markings, its surface absorbing lumen light. The capital fired upon them. Artillery shells landed among the Legion positions. Earth and armor fragments rose in towering columns. One emitter disappeared beneath a direct hit, then reappeared undamaged when the dust cleared. The city's commanders continued firing until their barrels warped. The second waited. When every transmitter reported alignment, the axiom was brought into the primary control chamber. Green light moved across its geometric surfaces. The air became still. Vox static vanished. Men near the device felt their thoughts drawing inward, as though unseen hands had closed around their skulls. Astaver stood behind his father. "Final opportunity," he said. "For whom?" "For us." The Primarch activated the field. The effect reached the capital without visible passage. A soldier on the western wall raised his rifle to fire upon an Imperial position. He stopped. The rifle fell from his fingers. Across the city, millions ceased moving. Workers stood beside dead machinery. Defense crews abandoned their guns. Rioters froze with weapons raised above their heads. Medici orderlies stopped carrying the wounded. Men dying in the streets ceased crying for aid. Silence rolled through the capital. It entered district after district until every voice had been extinguished. Then the population turned. Millions of faces oriented toward the Imperial landing site. They knelt. The motion passed across the city like wind flattening a field of grain. Soldiers knelt beside civilians. Rulers knelt within fortified command vaults. Prisoners knelt inside cells. Men with broken legs dragged themselves upright far enough to lower their heads. The wounded made no sound. Blood continued flowing from their bodies, gathering beneath them in dark pools. Children stopped crying. The silence was worse than bombardment. Bombardment left fire, panic, and human voices. This left a living city from which every sign of life had been removed. The void shields lowered. The gates opened. The second entered at the head of a Legion column. Gunmetal giants marched through streets lined by kneeling citizens. Bolters remained ready. No weapon was needed. Astaver looked into the faces of the conquered. Their eyes remained open. They breathed. They followed the Primarch with their gaze, but no curiosity, hatred, or terror appeared within them. Their expressions carried the same calm emptiness as servitors awaiting instruction. The second stopped before a defense officer. "Stand." The man stood. "State your allegiance." "I am loyal to the Imperium of Man." His voice was flat. The second moved to another citizen. State your allegiance. I am loyal to the Imperium of Man. The cadence was identical. He asked a third. The same answer emerged. No hesitation, no difference in emphasis, no self remained within the words. The Primarch selected a factory worker from the kneeling crowd. The man rose when commanded. Take your blade. The worker drew a short utility saw from his belt. Remove your left hand. Astaver stepped forward. My lord. The Primarch raised one finger. The worker placed his wrist against the edge of a stone fountain. He began cutting. The saw teeth tore through skin. Blood ran down the stone. The man's expression remained peaceful. He sawed through tendons. His fingers spasmed as the controlling structures were severed. Bone resisted. The worker changed the angle without being instructed and pressed harder. The blade grated through the wrist. Blood pulsed from opened arteries. At last, the hand fell into the fountain. The man straightened. His face showed no pain. Are you loyal? Asked the Primarch. I am loyal to the Imperium of Man. The second looked toward Ver. The test is successful. Ver stared at the severed hand. No. The legionaries around them became motionless. The Primarch's gaze sharpened. Explain. You have not achieved compliance. The city has surrendered. You murdered them. They remain alive. You murdered the part that could choose to live. The second looked across the kneeling multitude. No citizen will rebel. No soldier will abandon his duty. No governor will conceal resources or falsify a tithe. No man here possesses a duty, only an instruction. The result is identical. It is the murder of a soul without the mercy of killing the body. The Primarch considered him. Souls are a religious fiction. Then call it will. Will produces disorder. It also produces loyalty. Loyalty is obedience maintained when disobedience remains possible. Ver felt the words strike him with greater force because they had come from his own mouth. The second almost smiled. Then what you defend is inefficiency. The Legion began dividing before Threnos entered the official records. Praetor Caldrus declared the axiom the greatest weapon created since the Primarchs themselves. He argued that refusing it would condemn future generations to wars that could be ended without orbital fire or mass graves. Think beyond disgust, he told the officers gathered within the flagship's secondary strategium. Helicon cost hundreds of millions. Charon cost more than any record will admit. Threnos stands. Its manufactoria function. Its population survives. Astaver faced him across the table. They survive as biological machinery. Machinery does not suffer. Neither does a corpse. Then why do you prefer the corpse? Other officers listened. Some kept their helms on, as though armor could conceal which argument their thoughts favored. Praetor Malcor cut his palm with a combat blade during private councils. He watched his own blood and repeated his oath of service, testing whether pain still produced independent thought. Captains issued contradictory commands to their warriors, then questioned them afterward to determine whether obedience had arisen from rank, gene-sire influence, or the axiom. One legionary locked himself inside an armory and broke 3 fingers against the wall. He said the pain proved the thoughts belonged to him. Another walked into space without a helm after becoming convinced that every objection he felt had been permitted by the Primarch to create the illusion of choice. The apothecarian recorded the death as battle trauma. No battle had occurred. Captured Rangdan thralls were brought to a dead moon beyond Threnos. The second arranged them in armies across a plain of black dust. Neural control organisms remained attached to their skulls. Rangdan command creatures waited within fortified pits, directing the slaves through signals carried along bone transmitters. The axiom field descended. The thralls stopped. Their heads turned toward the Primarch's command tower. "Destroy your masters," he ordered. The slave armies obeyed. They turned upon the Rangdan. Some possessed no weapons. They attacked with hands, teeth, and broken chains. Thousands bit through their own tongues when neural parasites attempted to seize control of their jaws. Others drove fingers into cranial wounds and tore the organisms from their skulls, pulling lengths of nerve and brain tissue with them. Human thralls opened ammunition bunkers and detonated the stockpiles while still inside. Fire consumed entire formations. Alien slaves dragged Rangdan overseers from their armor and ripped them apart. Limbs separated. Internal organs were torn free and crushed into the dust. Command creatures fired into the uprising until the dead climbed high enough to obstruct their weapons. The second watched through orbital pict feeds. The slaughter proved the Axiom's strategic value. The screams proved nothing he considered relevant. Robout Guilliman arrived 3 months later. He came with fleet, logisticians, iterators, and officers of the 13th Legion. His stated purpose was assessment of post-war recovery throughout the Northern Territories. He began with production records. Every inspected world exceeded projected output. Crime had almost vanished. Desertion no longer existed. Worker disputes, supply petitions, and administrative appeals had ceased. Every planetary governor expressed complete satisfaction with Imperial rule. Guilliman read the reports twice. Then he requested original census data. The local administrators supplied identical statements with identical phrasing. He interviewed miners, soldiers, and factory overseers. Each man praised the Imperium in the same cadence. No one complained about ration quality. No one blamed a superior for missing equipment. No one requested assistance. Guilliman returned to his command chamber and reviewed the statistical model. Perfection is less plausible than fraud, he told his senior officers. No evidence of conventional falsification existed. That concerned him more. He began investigating without informing his brother. Rogel Dawn arrived shortly afterward. He inspected the rebuilt capital of Othris, a world declared wholly free of Rangdan taint. Its schools operated. Transit stations carried workers without delay. Ration centers distributed food with mechanical precision. Barracks housed defense formations, whose discipline exceeded that of veteran Imperial Army units. Dawn studied the walls. He saw conduits beneath plaster. He ordered one opened. Black geometric channels ran through the stone. More were found beneath schools, transit rails, and public squares. Phase relays had been built into water systems, food distribution centers, and barracks. The city was not merely governed. It was enclosed within a machine. Dawn confronted the second beneath the capital citadel. This is not fortification. It prevents disorder. It occupies the population. It secures them. You have placed your hand inside every mind on this world. The second stood before the sealed entrance to the primary Axiom chamber. Access is denied. Dawn's hand rested upon the hilt of his chainsword. You deny me? Yes. Guilliman entered the chamber behind him. He carried no weapon in his hands. His armor was enough. The reports are uniform because the populations are uniform, Guilliman said. You have not rebuilt these worlds. You have made them incapable of reporting failure. They do not fail. They cannot identify failure. They follow correct instruction. According to whom? According to me. Dawn's voice became colder. The Emperor demanded compliance. He did not command this. The Emperor demands obedience, censors truths harmful to unity, exterminates Xenos, and kills human populations that resist incorporation. I have removed the wasteful interval between command and obedience. This is not compliance, Dawn said. It is the conquest of the soul. The soul does not exist. The crime does. Guilliman stepped closer. A civilization incapable of disagreement is incapable of adaptation. It cannot correct false doctrine, expose corruption, or survive the death of its ruler. The Axiom can preserve the pattern. Then it is not a civilization. It is a mechanism repeating its final instruction. The second looked between his brothers. Observe it yourselves. Dawn's fingers closed around his weapon. Guilliman's expression hardened. You threaten us? I offer demonstration. Dawn drew the chainsword halfway from its sheath. Guilliman activated his command vox. Fleet condition Crimson. Weapons free upon confirmation. Across the system, 13th Legion vessels raised void shields. The Second's fleet answered. Lance batteries moved. Torpedo tubes opened. Billions lived beneath the ships, gathering for war. No Primarch spoke for several seconds. Then Guilliman said, "Not here." Dawn slowly returned his blade. "This is not ended." "No," said the Second. "It is merely delayed." His brothers withdrew, because the first exchange of fire would have killed cities. Their report reached Terra under seals reserved for threats to the existence of the Imperium. Malcador read it once. Then he burned the original. The parchment blackened without flame and collapsed into ash between his fingers. The Emperor stood before the windows of the Imperial Palace, watching Terra's traffic move across the night. "The weapon has altered him," Malcador said. "No." The Emperor's answer was quiet. "It has revealed him." Malcador looked down at the ash. He can no longer be recalled by ordinary command. The Emperor did not turn. Far beyond Terra, entire worlds knelt in perfect silence. Then ordinary command has ended. The summons from Terra carried no greeting. It crossed the void beneath seals, known only to the highest authorities of the Imperium, and entered the flagship through an astropathic choir isolated from every lesser mind aboard. The transmission struck the Psychers like a spear driven through a single body. 3 collapsed before the message was complete. 1 lost control of his bowels. Another bit through his tongue and drowned in his own blood before the attending medici could force open his jaw. The survivors spoke with one voice. "Return to Terra. Surrender the Xenos mechanism. Submit your legion and all affected populations to examination. This is the command of the Emperor of Mankind." The words remained in the chamber after the astropaths fell silent. Astaver watched his gene-father from beneath the hard white glare of the choir vault. The Second Primarch stood before the kneeling Psychers, in armor the color of a storm at midnight. No weapon hung from his hands. No visible anger touched his face. Around him, the warriors of his equerry waited in perfect stillness. Ver had begun to distrust perfect stillness. "Prepare a response," the Primarch said. The chief astropath lifted his blood-streaked face. "My lord, the channel remains open." "I am aware." The Primarch stepped forward. His reply was courteous. That made it worse. "To the Master of Mankind, my creator and sovereign. Active Rangdan remnants remain within the northern reaches. Their methods of infiltration continue to defeat conventional detection. The Axiom has proved the sole reliable instrument for exposing compromised populations and restoring strategic unity. To surrender it before the threat is extinguished would constitute negligent disarmament. I therefore request suspension of the order until operational conditions permit compliance." The astropath trembled as he transmitted the words. Ver looked toward the tactical display beyond the choir dais. Operational conditions had already been constructed to ensure they would never permit compliance. Second Legion vessels occupied the system's translation approaches. Orbital fortresses had rotated their lance arrays outward. Minefields filled the primary approach corridors. Civilian traffic had ceased. Warships moved into layered defensive formations around the worlds touched by the Axiom. The network had spread across 7 systems. Every capital contained phase conduits. Every defense grid possessed an Axiom relay. Every population lived beneath an influence few understood, and none had been allowed to refuse. The Primarch had not rejected the Emperor's command with insult, rebellion, or theatrical defiance. He had rejected it as an administrator postponing an inconvenient order. The chief astropath convulsed. Golden light filled his blind eyes. When the Emperor answered, the voice did not emerge from his throat alone. It spoke inside every skull in the chamber. "You will surrender the mechanism." The Second remained unmoved. "The Rangdan remain. You will return to Terra." Removing the Axiom would expose compliant worlds to recapture and corruption. You have mistaken your judgment for authority. I have applied the authority granted to me." The chamber vanished. Aster felt the deck disappear beneath his boots. The astropaths, legionaries, and walls fell away into white radiance. Only father and son remained. The Emperor appeared as a figure of unbearable gold, standing upon a plain without horizon. He wore no armor that Ver recognized, yet the suggestion of every warplate ever forged surrounded him. His face shifted between youth, age, beauty, and severity, never settling long enough to become one mortal identity. The second stood opposite him. Ver understood that he was witnessing a psychic exchange not intended for lesser minds. Perhaps the axiom had drawn him into it. Perhaps the Emperor permitted him to see. Perhaps he had ceased to know which thoughts belonged to him. The Master of Mankind spoke. Humanity must be guided toward a future in which it can survive without masters. The second's expression remained calm. Every institution you have created contradicts that objective. The Imperium is a means. It is a hierarchy enforced through military conquest. For as long as necessity demands, you determine necessity. I understand what waits for mankind if it fails. So do I. No, you understand one answer. I understand an answer that functions. Enforced stillness is not evolution. The second looked beyond the Emperor, toward visions forming within the light. Compliance fleets crossed the stars. Armies descended. Cultures burned. Kings knelt. Alien cities vanished beneath bombardment. Iterators proclaimed liberation over mountains of the dead. Then you should not have built suns whose purpose was to make the galaxy still. The vision darkened. The Emperor regarded him with an expression Ver could not interpret. There was neither surprise nor anger, only a sorrow so old that it seemed less an emotion than a geological pressure within reality. You were built to secure possibility. I was built to end resistance. You chose to believe those were the same. The second stepped closer. You compel worlds into compliance. You erase languages that preserve forbidden loyalties. You destroy cultures whose customs threaten unity. You execute rulers, bombard populations, and exterminate entire species because their existence obstructs your design. Yes, the admission came without defense. The second paused. The Emperor had denied him the comfort of exposing hypocrisy through denial. You condemn my method, the Primarch continued, because it performs the same work without the wasteful interval of war. It removes the subject rather than the conflict. The subject survives. A body survives. A body is what obeys, labors, produces, and fights. A species without choice cannot become what it must. A species with choice has spent millennia proving its preference for self-destruction. The Emperor's radiance intensified. Your weapon does not end war. It freezes defeat into permanence. Whose defeat? Everyone's. The second's eyes narrowed by the smallest degree. You fear the axiom because it renders us unnecessary. The Emperor said nothing. The Primarch pressed on. No Primarch would be required to conquer. No legion would be required to enforce obedience. No governor could rebel. No army could turn traitor. No ruler would need to make a decision after the pattern was established. No Emperor, said the Master of Mankind. The second held his gaze. No Emperor. Around them, the visions changed. Humanity stretched across the galaxy in perfect order. Ships traveled without mutiny. Worlds paid tithes without coercion. Armies moved as one. No rebellion formed. No cult whispered beneath cities. No brother raised a weapon against brother. Nothing changed. Nothing questioned. Nothing lived except in the most biological meaning of the word. You do not fear that I will fail, the second said. You fear that I will succeed. The Emperor's answer entered the foundations of Ver's mind. I fear that you no longer know the difference. The psychic plane shattered. The choir vault returned. Every astropath was bleeding. One had clawed open his own throat. Another had driven his forehead against the stone until the skull beneath the skin had fractured. The survivors lay unconscious around the dais. The Emperor's command remained unanswered. Horus arrived alone. His flagship translated at the edge of the system and held beyond weapons range. No Lunar Wolves formation accompanied it. No troop transports followed. The vessel transmitted open recognition codes and powered down its forward batteries. The first found son came aboard the second's flagship with 12 unarmed attendants and dismissed them before entering the Primarch's private strategium. No guards stood inside. Astaver watched through the partially open blast doors. Horus wore pearl-white armor beneath a dark cloak. He carried no weapon. His face bore the weariness of a commander who had traveled too far to prevent a war already. Beginning. "You have built a fortress," Horus said. "I have built a defense. Against father. Against seizure of the axiom. By father. The distinction is irrelevant." Horus approached the tactical display. The worlds of the controlled systems rotated between them. "Your sons are frightened. They obey." "That was not what I said. Fear does not prevent function. No, it prevents honesty." The second looked at him. Horus placed one hand upon the edge of the display. "You taught them that disagreement is evidence of error. You punished hesitation as weakness. Now they cannot tell whether loyalty belongs to them or to the device inside your vault. The Legion remains combat effective. They are not ammunition. They were created for war. So were we." "Yes." Horus looked up. "Is that all we are?" The second did not answer immediately. Horus stepped closer. "Astaver has served you through every atrocity required by the Rangdan War. Your officers followed you into the monolith. Your legion shed blood against its own allies because you declared secrecy necessary. They trust you. They question me. Trust includes the right to question. No, trust is reliance upon the correctness of another. That is dependence. It is efficient." Horus exhaled. "You have brothers who remember you with affection. Fulgrim does not. Fulgrim remembers every insult with affection. He simply expresses it strangely." The second stared at him. Horus almost smiled. Almost. "Dawn believes you can still submit," he continued. "Gilliman believes the populations can be saved. Russ believes you can be brought home without blood. The Lion believes nothing should be permitted to escape this system. The Lion is the most realistic. He is preparing to kill you. He is preparing for failure. As are you." Horus moved within arm's reach. "You mistake certainty for wisdom. Certainty is the conclusion produced when sufficient information has eliminated alternatives. No mind possesses sufficient information. Some possess more than others. And that is your defense? It is a fact." Horus's eyes hardened. "I stood beside Father before you were found. I fought with him while your name was only a promise. I watched brothers return from dead worlds carrying wounds none of us could understand. Every one of us believed our strength made us fit to judge mankind. It does. No, it makes us capable of enforcing judgment. Those are not the same." The second looked away toward the projected systems. "You are the only brother whose judgment has ever caused me doubt." Horus became still. Vea heard the admission and understood how much it cost. "Then doubt," Horus said. The second's face tightened. For one heartbeat, he seemed less like a Primarch than the silent child who had once stood beneath a poisoned sky and measured the world around him. Then the moment ended. Affection cannot outweigh a solution capable of ending war. Horus's sadness became visible. "You think affection is a flaw because you cannot reduce it to instruction. I think it is unreliable. It brought me here without an army. It will send you away without success." Horus held out his forearm. The second looked at it. Years earlier, aboard another vessel, they had clasped arms in genuine fraternity. This time, the second did not move. Horus lowered his hand. When the shooting begins, remember that every brother outside this system offered you a path back. Not every brother. Horus reached the door. The lion brought weapons. That is his version of an offer. After Horus departed, a message arrived from Fulgrim. The projection showed the Phoenician standing within a chamber of polished marble, his armor immaculate, his white hair bound behind him. He appeared beautiful enough to make mockery seem ceremonial. "Brother," Fulgrim began, "I considered coming in person, but I suspected you would mistake the effort for strategic endorsement." The second watched without expression. Fulgrim's smile was thin. "Do you remember Bizas? Of course you do. You remember everything except why anyone laughs." The second did not move. "You called me proud, reckless, blinded by the desire to prove myself through an unnecessary risk." Fulgrim leaned closer to the recording lens. "Now behold the great rationalist, crowned at last by his own hypocrisy. You have wagered systems, legions, and brotherhood upon the certainty that only you can measure necessity. Hubris has found its perfect armor." The recording ended. The second replayed it. Astavea stood behind him. The message finished a second time. The Primarch considered it for several seconds, then opened a reply channel. "You were still reckless." 4 words, nothing more. Vare understood the tragedy. His father did not. Leman Russ arrived beneath a banner of truce. His fleet did not conceal its purpose. Space Wolves vessels entered the system in assault formation, gun decks crewed, boarding torpedoes armed. They stopped beyond the outer mine belts. Russ descended alone to a barren plain between the opposing armies. The second met him there. Wind drove black dust across their armor. Between them stood a spear driven into the earth, a strip of white hide tied beneath its blade. Russ wore warplate scarred by decades of killing. Frost clung to the edges of his axe despite the dry heat. His wolves were absent. No honor guard waited behind him. "I came to bring a brother home," Russ said, "not to collect a head." The second looked toward the axe. "You have prepared for both. I am not stupid. You cultivate the appearance. It is useful." The second almost recognized the irony. Almost. "Will you obey an order to kill me?" he asked. Russ's eyes became colder. "A loyal son carries out the sentence. Then negotiation is performance." "No." Russ stepped closer. "A loyal son does not pretend the condemned deserves no grief. Grief changes nothing. It changes the one who kills. That is inefficiency. It is humanity. We are beyond humanity." Russ bared his teeth. That is what every monster says before someone puts him down. The second's hand moved near his weapon. Russ did not reach for his axe. "Come back," the Wolf King said. "Give father the machine. Let your sons stand judgment without its hand inside their skulls. The Rangdan remain. So does fear. So does hunger. So does the warp. Will you enslave the species until the universe is safe?" "Yes." The answer crossed the plain without hesitation. Russ looked at him for a long time. When he turned away, there was no victory in his stride. The censure fleets assembled around the system. Rogel Dawn established the containment perimeter. Imperial Fist's vessels occupied every stable translation corridor. Fortresses were raised upon moons within days. Minefields became walls across the void. Nothing would leave without passing through the Praetorians' guns. Robut Gilliman organized evacuation routes. His officers calculated which populations remained capable of independent movement, which transports could survive the phase fields, and how many billions might be extracted before combat rendered rescue impossible. The 13th Legion prepared hospitals, quarantine stations, and food depots. The Lion brought weapons. Dark Angel's vessels entered without announcement and took position beyond the outer worlds. Their holds contained devices drawn from vaults whose inventories had never entered Imperial record. Some weapons possessed no names in Gothic. Others carried names no loyal commander spoke aloud. Russ prepared to force submission. Gilliman prepared to preserve life. Dawn made escape impossible. The Lion prepared to destroy what remained. Inside the Second Legion, the first blood was shed before any censure vessel fired. Aster Vere gathered the officers he still trusted within an auxiliary armorium. Praetor Malcor came without his honor guard. Captain Solon brought tech marines capable of isolating sections of the phase network. Apothecaries carried suppressants intended to disrupt neural synchronization, though no one knew whether they would work upon Astartes' physiology. "We sever the flagship from the Axiom," Vere said. Malcor looked toward the sealed doors. "That is mutiny. It is rescue. Our Gene Father commands the network. Our Gene Father is being changed by it, or it is revealing the truth of his design." Vere stepped closer. "You have felt it." Malcor's jaw tightened. All of them had. Commands arrived before Vox transmission. Squads turned together. Warriors spoke the same words across separate decks. Dreams placed the Legion beneath a starless sky, waiting for their Primarch to raise one hand. "We isolate the signal," Vere continued. "Then we determine which thoughts remain ours." The doors opened. Praetor Caldrus entered with 20 legionaries. Their bolters were raised. "You have already answered that question," Caldrus said. "A loyal thought does not conspire." Malcor drew his sword. Bolter fire filled the armorium. A captain's torso burst apart. Bone and organs sprayed across weapon racks. One tech marine lost both arms and continued forward, servo limbs tearing a legionary's helm from his shoulders. Malcor drove his blade through Caldrus's second-in-command before 3 bolts struck him in the chest and detonated inside his fused ribs. Vere killed 2 brothers with his power sword. The first lost his head. The second was opened from shoulder to pelvis, both hearts falling through the split armor in a flood of blood. More legionaries entered from the corridor. They moved with identical precision. Vere saw the Axiom in them. He ordered withdrawal. Half his officers died reaching the secondary decks. The complete network activated before they arrived. Across the system, warships ceased responding to their captains. Helm servitors turned course without instruction. Gun crews loaded batteries aimed at Allied formations. Officers shouted counter orders and found their crews staring forward in perfect calm. Titan crews received new commands. God engines turned upon supporting armies. A warlord fired into an Imperial army encampment from less than a kilometer away. Plasma light erased thousands. Men at the edge of the blast ran while their skin burned from their bodies. Billions of soldiers stood. They faced predetermined directions. They began to move. No confusion disturbed the formations. No officer demanded explanation. Armies crossed cities, plains and industrial zones as parts of one mechanism. Astropaths throughout the network spoke a single phrase. "One will remains." They repeated it. Again. Again. Blood entered their mouths. Vocal cords tore. Throats ruptured under the strain. Still the phrase continued as wet air forced through ruined tissue. The second stood upon the command throne of his flagship. Green light filled the strategium. "This system is the first province of a humanity that will never again possess the ability to betray itself." No one answered. Every officer stood facing him. Then the void changed. A new fleet translated at the edge of the system. Astropathic light went out. Navigators collapsed throughout the assembled armadas, their third eyes forced shut by a presence greater than the warp around them. Men fell from command thrones. Blood ran beneath silver masks. Golden radiance crossed the dark. The Emperor had come personally. The second looked toward the void. "Prepare every weapon." The command deck remained silent. No gun moved. No officer repeated the order. For the first time since infancy, the Primarch faced an opponent whose response he could not calculate. And for the first time, the Axiom hesitated. The censure began without declaration. No ultimatum crossed the void. No herald carried terms between the fleets. No final hour was granted for submission. The Emperor's sons had already spoken. Rogel Dawn closed the system. Imperial Fist's vessels translated into the remaining approach corridors, and locked their formations together until no stable passage remained unguarded. Mine layers moved behind them, casting fields of void charges across predicted escape routes. Orbital bastions deployed from heavy transports and unfolded around moons, becoming fortresses before their reactors had reached full output. Dawn did not attack first. He made departure impossible. Lionel Johnson struck the outer control stations before the last Imperial Fist's vessel had completed formation. Black ships of the First Legion emerged from sensor shadows and opened fire with weapons for which the Second Legion possessed no countermeasure. Thin beams crossed the darkness without visible energy discharge. Phase stations ceased to exist where they touched. There was no wreckage, no expanding atmosphere, no fragments of armor or bodies. One moment, a station contained thousands of Legion serfs, defense crews, and Axiom relays. The next, the void occupied the space where it had been. The Lion destroyed certainty itself. Lehman Russ came for the ships. Space Wolves' assault craft crossed mine belts through paths that tactical engines classified as impassable. Stormbirds descended beneath escort screens, their pilots following encoded pack calls, instinct, and the scent signatures of drives carried through vacuum by instruments the Second had dismissed as ritualistic affectation. They did not fire upon engines unless resistance left no alternative. They boarded. Russ still intended to bring warriors home. Robout Gilliman came for everyone else. His transports moved behind void shield carriers and hospital ships. Ultramarines secured weakened districts, opened evacuation corridors, and dragged civilians from cities where the Axiom's influence had begun to flicker. Gilliman did not assume enthralled populations were beyond recovery. He had prepared restraints, medici compounds, food, translation teams, and sealed habitation decks for billions. Each brother attacked according to his nature. The Second knew every nature arrayed against him. He understood Dawn would favor containment before reduction. He understood the Lion would destroy command nodes rather than contest territory. He understood Russ would accept tactical risk to preserve legionaries he still considered salvageable. He understood Gilliman would build an entire secondary war around the recovery of civilians. He countered all four at once. False translation signatures drew Imperial Fist squadrons toward empty space, widening the northern perimeter for less than 7 minutes. Second Legion cruisers attempted escape during that interval, not because the Primarch expected success, but because Dawn would reinforce the breach and weaken another sector. The Lion found control stations abandoned before his weapons reached them. Their functions had been transferred into civilian infrastructure. To destroy the network, the First Legion would need to destroy cities. Space Wolves boarding parties entered vessels whose command crews had been replaced by servitors linked directly to the Axiom. Corridors flooded with reactor coolant. Bulkheads sealed behind assault squads. Deck sections were vented into space while the boarders advanced. Gilliman's evacuation routes led through districts prepared with buried phase emitters. Civilians reached the transports, then turned upon their rescuers with improvised blades, tools, and bare hands. The Second watched every exchange from the central citadel. He did not celebrate. Celebration belonged to men surprised by success. He had expected his brothers to behave as they did. The war entered the ships. Legionary fought legionary in corridors built for mortal crewmen. There was no space for formation, no distance for doctrine, no room for hesitation. Bolters fired at arm's length. Mass reactive shells struck ceramite, punched through and detonated inside the bodies beneath. Armor contained the explosions for fractions of a second, turning breastplates into pressure vessels filled with ruptured hearts, shredded lungs, and pulverized bone. A Space Wolf drove a chain axe through the shoulder joint of a Second Legion breacher. The weapon chewed through fiber bundles, flesh and humerus. The severed arm remained locked inside segmented plate, fingers still gripping the breacher shield as it struck the deck. The wounded legionary did not fall. He drove his helm into the wolf's face, hard enough to split the muzzle of the grey warrior's helmet. Then he forced a bolt pistol beneath the other warrior's gorget and fired. The shell exploded inside the neck. The Space Wolf's head left his body in a burst of blood and mangled vertebrae. Elsewhere, Imperial fists drove boarding shields through a burning gun deck. Second Legion defenders waited behind collapsed machinery. They fired only when the shields had passed the prepared line. Plasma charges detonated beneath the Imperial formation. Legionaries vanished in white fire. Ceramite ran like wax. One Imperial fist emerged with both arms burned away and half his torso open to the ribs. He continued walking until a power fist struck his chest. The blow folded his breastplate inward. Both hearts burst. Blood sprayed from the joints of his armor as the body struck the wall. Dreadnoughts met inside the cathedral-sized engine halls of the cruiser Resolute Will. The first had fought beneath the standard of the second since the earliest expansions beyond Sol. The second bore the yellow of Dawn's Legion and carried siege honors from worlds whose names would outlive the warriors entombed within them. They opened fire at the same moment. Autocannon rounds hammered armor. A plasma blast removed one sarcophagus guard and exposed the cables, preserved organs and black nutrient fluids beneath. The Imperial fist. Dreadnought drove forward and caught his enemy with a siege claw. "Yield, brother." The Second Legion Dreadnought answered with a name. Not his own. The name of his Primarch. He screamed it across the engine hall as his power fist tore into the Imperial fist's sarcophagus. Metal buckled. Preserved flesh ruptured inside. Blood and amniotic fluid poured across the hull. The Imperial fist fired his melter weapon into the other Dreadnought's exposed core. Both ancient warriors died calling to fathers who would soon no longer exist within memory. Upon the outer moon, the Lion unleashed weapons inherited from Terra's darkest arsenals and the forbidden vaults of the First Legion. Automata marched without human direction, their armored bodies bearing mechanisms that stripped molecular cohesion from anything touched by their fire. Phase relays, bunkers and defenders became drifting clouds of colorless dust. A weapon shaped like a black lance struck the moon's principal control tower. No explosion followed. The tower folded inward through dimensions no mortal eye could perceive. Thousands of enthralled defenders were drawn into a space smaller than a clenched fist. The resulting mass existed for less than a heartbeat before disappearing. The Lion watched without expression. He had brought tools for an enemy that must not survive to be studied. Russ rejected the obvious approaches. His warriors climbed across the outer hulls of warships while battles raged around them. Magnetic boots carried them over armor scarred by lance fire. They crossed gaps between vessels aboard boarding shields and chains, howling pack signals through channels that contained no words the Axiom could interpret. Where tactical logic demanded they retreat, they advanced. Where corridors had been trapped, they cut through decks. Where the Second Legion had prepared ambushes ahead, the wolves came from above, below or through the walls. Their apparent savagery concealed adaptability that no command engine could reduce to a fixed doctrine. Dawn conquered ground and made it permanent. Imperial fists landed modular fortresses inside captured districts. Walls rose behind advancing squads. Gun emplacements unfolded from armored carriers. Every street seized became part of a defensive network. Every breach was sealed. Every intersection transformed into a strongpoint capable of resisting counterattack. The second surrendered districts, then detonated reactors beneath them. Dawn rebuilt. Gilliman studied the enthralled. He found imperfections. The Axiom could impose common action, but bodies resisted in small ways. Heart rates changed near family members. Soldiers delayed by fractions of a second when ordered to fire upon wounded comrades. Factory workers turned their heads toward evacuation broadcasts, even while their feet carried them toward defensive positions. Gilliman mapped hesitation. Where resistance to the Axiom was strongest, his legion attacked. Ultramarines used gravitic restraints rather than bolter fire. Medici teams flooded streets with sedatives. Vox systems transmitted contradictory commands, forcing the enthralled population to pause
while the Axiom resolved the conflict. Those pauses saved thousands. The second recognized the pattern and changed the command structure. He removed choice from the network. No instructions required interpretation. No local officer possessed discretion. Movements were transmitted from the Citadel as absolute motor patterns. Men ceased fighting like soldiers. They became mechanisms wearing flesh. The Second Legion understood how to hurt Astartes because they were Astartes. Their cruelty did not emerge as berserk fury. It appeared in exact measurements. They knew where ceramite thinned at the back of the knee. They knew how long a legionary could remain conscious after losing one heart. They knew which nerve bundles remained
reachable through armor joints. They knew a transhuman warrior could survive abdominal disembowelment long enough to become bait. An Imperial fist captain was found nailed to a transit wall with his own combat blade through the pelvis. His lower body had been opened and his intestines drawn across the floor in a trail leading toward a false command bunker. He remained alive. His brothers heard him over the Vox. The first squad to reach him triggered the mines buried beneath his organs. The explosion killed everyone in the corridor. Captured Vox channels transmitted retreat orders in the voices of trusted commanders. The Axiom reproduced speech patterns precisely, including old injuries, dialect, and private phrases known only within individual companies. Drop zones became nuclear traps. Stormbirds descended through apparently weakened air defenses and found fusion charges waiting beneath landing fields. Fire swallowed whole formations before assault ramps opened. Retreat corridors guided attackers beneath dormant void mines buried within city foundations. When the mines activated, gravity collapsed inward. Tanks, legionaries, and hab blocks were dragged together into compacted masses of armor, stone, and flesh. The Second's brothers learned. The war became slower. That made it bloodier. The final ground battle formed around the central Axiom citadel. The structure rose above kilometers of ruined habitation, black towers threaded with green light. Phase conduits spread beneath the surrounding city like nerves beneath skin. Every relay in the system converged there. Armored formations entered the ruins from every direction. Fellblades fired through collapsed towers. Their accelerator cannon opened Second Legion Spartans from the front, turning assault compartments into furnaces. Cataphracti warriors emerged burning, some still carrying storm shields, others reduced to black silhouettes inside glowing plate. Sicarans raced between falling buildings. Their guns hammered through Land Raider flanks. Predator squadrons died beneath return fire. Tank crews burned inside sealed hulls, fists battering against hatches warped shut by heat. Spartans advanced until tracks clogged with bodies. Refugees filled the streets between the war machines. Gilliman had ordered them toward evacuation zones, but the Axiom redirected them into the battlefield. Millions moved beneath banners of surrender, walking between tank columns while artillery fell around them. A warlord titan stepped over the city wall. Its void shields shimmered beneath incoming fire. Volcano cannon discharged. A Second Legion God engine lost its upper torso in the blast. The reactor remained intact for 3 seconds. Then it ruptured. A sun rose within the city. Void shields collapsed across both Titan lines. Fire washed through Hab districts. Men became shadows burned into stone. Another warlord staggered beneath sustained lance fire from orbit. Its knee assembly failed. The God engine fell forward into the refugee columns. Its feet crushed thousands before the body struck. Men became red paste beneath armored plates large enough to flatten fortresses. The impact drove blood outward in sheets. Survivors disappeared beneath collapsing masonry and the burning remains of the Titan's cathedral-like superstructure. The city shook, as if the planet wished to escape the war being fought upon it. Aster entered the citadel through a maintenance artery beneath the eastern wall. Fewer than 200 loyalists remained with him. He no longer knew whether loyalist was the correct word. They had raised weapons against their legion. They had ignored their gene-sire. They fought beside warriors sent to censure them. Yet they were trying to save their brothers from becoming extensions of an alien machine. Ver carried his helm beneath one arm, until the first shots were fired. Then he sealed it in place. The corridors ahead were filled with 2nd Legion warriors. They stood in ranks. Every helm turned at the same moment. No challenge was spoken, no oath, no final appeal. They attacked. The enthralled legionaries moved with perfect synchronization. Bolters fired in interlocking patterns. Warriors advanced over the dead without looking down. The wounded continued fighting until destroyed. Vare knew them. The first warrior to reach him was Captain Joran Pell, who had fought at Helicon and carried a scar across his throat from the Manufactorum assault. Vare caught Pell's chainblade upon his power sword. "Joran!" Pell did not answer. Vare drove his helm into the captain's faceplate. Lenses shattered. He forced the power sword through Pell's abdomen and up into the chest. "Forgive me." He withdrew the blade. Pell fell in 2 sections. Brother Athen fired from the left passage. Vare shot him through the eye lens. The bolt exploded inside the skull, blowing bone, teeth, and brain tissue through the rear of the helmet. "Forgive me, Athen." Sergeant Cale lost one leg to a grenade and continued dragging himself forward. Vare crushed his helm beneath an armored boot. "Forgive me." The names became a litany. Each death opened a hole inside him. Each apology proved that the Axiom had not yet taken everything. His loyalists fought through men they had known for a century. They broke necks, opened throats, and fired into exposed heads. Apothecaries killed apothecaries. Sergeants dismembered warriors they had trained from initiation. The enthralled offered no hatred. That made the killing unbearable. The second entered the battle above them. He came through the western breach alone. Tank shells struck his armor. One detonated against his chest and hurled him through a stone wall. He rose before the debris settled. Gunmetal plate hung from him in broken sections. Blood ran beneath the edges. Lascanon fire crossed the avenue. The beam struck his left shoulder and burned through armor, flesh, and bone. The arm dropped for 1 step. Then his Primarch physiology began repairing the damage. Muscle contracted around the wound. Blood clotted before striking the ground. The arm moved again. Custodians met him at the base of the citadel. Golden warriors formed a ring. Guardian spears leveled. They moved faster than legionaries, each a masterwork of genecraft and martial discipline. The second killed the first before the spear completed its thrust. He caught the shaft, dragged the custodian forward, and drove one knee into the golden breastplate. Oromite collapsed. The warrior's spine broke. The Primarch seized him at shoulder and thigh and bent him backward across his knee until armor, bone, and organs ruptured together. The second custodian struck through the Primarch's side. The blade emerged, trailing blood. The second trapped the weapon beneath one arm, seized the warrior by the helm, and drove him through a stone wall. The impact burst the custodian's skull inside the Oromite shell. 3 attacked together. Guardian spears opened the Primarch's thigh, abdomen, and chest. He continued forward. One custodian lost an arm. Another had his throat torn out by the Primarch's fingers. The last was lifted bodily and thrown hard enough to break against the citadel gate. The second entered beneath volleys that would have destroyed a company of space marines. His body repaired itself while he walked. He was not attempting escape. The truth of his design became visible within the citadel's upper chambers. The Axiom had been linked to astropathic relays, navigator sanctums, and system beacons. Conduits entered every communications tower. Phase emitters surrounded every warp-capable vessel under his control. Once synchronized, the pattern would not remain inside the system. Astropaths would carry it through thought. Navigators would carry it along warp routes. Fleet crews would reproduce the mechanisms aboard new vessels. Populations touched by the network would construct further relays without understanding why. The Axiom would spread through obedience. Humanity itself would become its transmission system. The Imperium would awaken one world at a time beneath a single command. No rebellion could resist, because the rebels would build the machinery of their own surrender. The second reached the central chamber. The Emperor entered alone. No custodian followed. No brother crossed the threshold. The chamber's black geometry drank much of his radiance. Gold dimmed around him. The towering figure of the master of mankind became almost mortal in outline. Almost. Father and son faced one another beside the Axiom's core. The nested rings turned through impossible angles. Green light passed over their faces. The walls pulsed with the thoughts of billions. The Emperor looked at the machine. "You have mistaken silence for peace." The second stood wounded before him. Armor broken, one eye darkened by blood. "You have mistaken endless screaming for freedom. You heard mankind's pain and chose to remove mankind. I chose to remove the cause. Choice is not the cause. It is the mechanism." The Emperor stepped forward. The Axiom brightened. "You cannot preserve humanity by ending everything that makes it human. You cannot save humanity while permitting it to choose extinction. You would make yourself the final thought of the species." "No." The second looked into the turning core. "I would make thought unnecessary." Reality convulsed. The Axiom imposed one condition. The Emperor imposed another. Walls stretched into distances larger than worlds. The chamber split into overlapping versions of itself. In one, the second knelt. In another, the Emperor burned. In another, both had become statues beneath a starless sky. Their wills struck. The citadel screamed through every conduit. Astaver reached the chamber doors as they began to close. He saw his father within. The second turned toward him. For one instant, Ver remembered the silent ruler upon the poisoned world, the warrior holding the impossible portal within the Imga monolith, the commander condemning moons, armies, and brothers, the gene-sire who had once praised him for questioning flawed arithmetic. Then the doors met. Memory failed. Ver struck the brass black surface with both fists. Inside, impact split the citadel. Each blow traveled through the structure like a world breaking. Green fire burst from the seams. One roar of psychic flame drowned every battle beyond the walls. Ver heard a final sentence. He knew it mattered. He knew the voice. He knew he would remember it until death. Then the words vanished. The chamber doors opened. The Axiom lay broken. Its black rings had collapsed into shapeless metal. Green light flickered within the wreckage and died. The Emperor stood alone. No body rested at his feet. No blood trail led away. No phase opening marked escape. Astaver looked at the place where his father had stood. He attempted to summon the pale face. Nothing came. He remembered armor, a voice, a hand raised before kneeling millions. But the face had become an absence inside his mind. Around him, legionaries lowered their weapons. Brothers on both sides stared toward the empty chamber. One by one, every witness reached for the same memory. One by one, they found only pain. The war had ended. The name had already begun to die. They searched for the Primarch for 9 days. The citadel yielded no corpse. It yielded blood. In a chamber beneath the broken Axiom, custodian gene savants found blackened droplets fused into the floor. The material resisted scraping, drilling, and molecular separation. When a fragment was finally removed, its genetic structure displayed the layered complexity of a Primarch's blood. The sample could not establish identity. It contained sequences matching the Emperor's sons and mutations that appeared, vanished, and returned whenever the savants repeated the examination. One analysis declared the blood several thousand years old. Another determined that it had not yet been spilled. The chamber was sealed. Farther within the citadel, Imperial fists discovered a silhouette burned into a black metal wall. It resembled a giant raising one arm against a source of unbearable light. The shadow possessed no facial features. Auspex scans found no heat damage, no radiation, and no chemical alteration. The metal simply remembered darkness. A Dark Angel's destroyer cadre entered another passage and found a doorway opening into the void. There was no exterior wall beyond it, no breach, no atmosphere loss. The threshold stood within the center of the citadel, surrounded by kilometers of stone and machinery, yet beyond it, waited empty space and unfamiliar stars. A servitor sent through the opening continued transmitting for 6 seconds. Its feed showed a black structure extending beyond sight and a tall shape standing upon its surface. Then the connection ended. The lion ordered the doorway destroyed. His weapons left no remains. Leman Russ walked through the ruins without honor guard. He followed trails no other Primarch could perceive, kneeling at pools of dried blood, touching fractured walls, and breathing the chemical stink of the broken machine. He found the Emperor standing inside the central chamber. The master of mankind faced the wreckage of the Axiom. Gold light surrounded him once more, yet the radiance appeared diminished by something no mortal eye could measure. His armor bore cuts deep enough to expose the darker material beneath. Blood marked one gauntlet. Russ stopped behind him. "Is he dead?" The Emperor did not answer. Russ looked toward the empty place where a brother had stood. "Did you kill him?" Silence. "Did he escape?" The Emperor turned. For an instant, Russ saw something behind his father's eyes. Not uncertainty, not regret. Something older and more terrible than either. Then it was gone. "You will ask no further questions." Russ's jaw tightened. "That is not an answer." "No." The Emperor walked past him. Russ remained beside the broken Axiom until the chamber's green light died. Across the system, the Second Legion awakened. The effect did not occur at once. It moved outward from the Citadel in waves as the Axiom's influence collapsed. Warships slowed in the midst of attack. Gun batteries ceased firing. Crews stared at loaded weapons aimed toward vessels whose recognition codes marked them as allies. Upon the surface, legionaries halted over the dead. Some held chain blades inside the bodies of their brothers. Others stood among piles of Imperial soldiers, torn apart beneath bolter fire. The silence that followed was not the perfect quiet of the Axiom. It was human horror returning to bodies capable of understanding what they had done. A Second Legion warrior awoke inside the ruins of a transit station with both hands around the throat of an Imperial fist. The yellow-armored warrior was already dead. His helm had been removed. His face had been beaten inward until eyes, teeth, and brain tissue had merged into a single red ruin. The Second Legionary released him. He removed his own helmet and vomited across the corpse. Another warrior stood beside a burning evacuation transport. Bodies filled the passenger compartment. Civilians had been shot while strapped into restraint harnesses. The legionary's bolter remained warm. He placed the muzzle beneath his chin. An apothecary struck the weapon aside before he fired. The bolt detonated against the ceiling. The legionary fought like a condemned animal. He broke the apothecary's arm, tore open 2 restraint servitors, and reached for the pistol at the medic's waist. 3 space wolves dragged him down. He screamed the same sentence until sedatives entered his bloodstream. "I did not choose this." Across the battlefield, thousands said the same thing in different words. Some remembered fragments, a command without sound, their gene father's presence filling every thought, the sensation of watching their own hands move as though the muscles belonged to another body. Others remembered nothing between the activation of the network and the moment of release. They woke surrounded by proof: burning cities, broken brothers, human bodies pulped beneath their boots. Dreadnoughts recovered awareness, while their fists remained buried within the sarcophagi of other ancient warriors. One turned his guns upon himself. His autocannon could not reach his own hull, so he drove his body into a reactor trench and remained there until the heat breached his armor. Astaver reached Rogel Dawn beneath the ruins of the outer citadel. His armor had been broken in 12 places. Blood covered him from helm to greaves. Some was his, most was not. Behind him came fewer than 100 surviving officers. They carried no weapons. Each had removed the magazine from his bolter and bound his hands with lengths of broken cable. Imperial fists surrounded them. Dawn stood before a wall constructed during the battle, already repairing the breach through which the second Primarch had entered. Siege engineers moved behind him. Stone blocks rose beneath crane servitors. Gun emplacements turned toward the captive legionaries. Vare stopped. Then he knelt. The other officers followed. "Our legion submits to judgment," he said. Dawn looked down at him. "You resisted the axiom. Too late. You fought your own warriors. Too few. You opened the path into the citadel. And before that, I obeyed." Vare removed the power unit from his mnemonic core. He held it out in both hands. "This contains every order I preserved. Ymga. The Mechanicum Purge. The exterminations. Karen. The network. Take it." Dawn accepted the device. "What do you request?" "Execution." Dawn's face remained immobile. "For yourself?" "For all of us." The legionaries behind Vare did not protest. Vare continued. "We are compromised. We killed under command and called it duty. We questioned him and continued to obey. When the machine entered our thoughts, some welcomed it. None of us can prove it is gone." Dawn examined the warriors. Some stared at the ground. Others looked directly at him, as though daring him to grant the mercy they requested. "You offer your entire legion for destruction. We offer what remains." Dawn closed his fist around the mnemonic core. "No." Vare raised his head. "My lord, you do not possess the authority to condemn every son of your legion. Our Primarch did. Your Primarch's authority is the matter under judgment." The council convened aboard the Emperor's flagship. The Lion demanded extermination. He spoke without anger. That made his recommendation more severe. The mechanism entered their nervous systems, their armor networks, and their command structures. No examination can establish that its influence has ended. Every surviving legionary is a potential relay. Russ stood opposite him. They were chained. They killed. So do we. They killed allies under alien control, then punished the one who held the chain. The Lion looked toward the Emperor's empty place at the head of the chamber. "That may no longer be possible. Then do not kill sons because the father escaped judgment. He may not have escaped. You know no more than I do. I know uncertainty is not innocence." Russ struck the table with his knuckles. "Nor is it guilt." Imperial commanders waited along the chamber's outer edge. Their uniforms bore mourning bands. Many represented armies reduced to fragments during the censure. One fleet admiral had lost 3 sons when a 2nd Legion cruiser destroyed an evacuation convoy. A Lord Militant had watched his command staff burn beneath a Titan turned by the axiom. They demanded blood. "These warriors slaughtered Imperial troops," the Admiral said. "They opened hospital ships to the void. They redirected refugees into artillery zones. My crews heard them identify themselves before firing." "They were compelled," Gilliman replied. "Does compulsion restore the dead?" "No." "Then justice requires consequence." Gilliman's expression remained controlled. "Justice is not arithmetic performed with corpses." The Admiral looked toward the kneeling captives visible through the chamber's viewing feed. "They are Space Marines. They were created to obey. If obedience absolves them, then no legionary can ever be guilty of any act ordered by a superior." The question remained in the chamber. Could a warrior be innocent when his hands had committed atrocity? Could obedience become so absolute that the body ceased to belong to the man within it? Dawn placed Asta Vare's mnemonic core upon the table. "This contains evidence that officers resisted before the censure began." "Not all resisted," said the Lion. "No." "Some embraced the mechanism." "Yes." "Then separation is impossible." Gilliman folded his arms. "Their father failed. That failure does not make every gene son identical to him. They share his blood. So do we." The Lion's gaze turned cold. Gilliman continued. "If heredity proves guilt, then judgment must extend beyond this legion." No Primarch spoke for several heartbeats. Russ looked toward the Emperor's place again. Malkador entered before the silence broke. The sigillite appeared smaller than every warrior in the chamber and older than the metal beneath their hands. His staff struck the deck with a quiet, regular sound. The surviving legionaries will not be destroyed. The Imperial commanders began to protest. Malcador raised one hand. Their voices ceased. Not because they chose silence. Their mouths simply stopped obeying them. "The Emperor has rendered judgment," the Sigillite said. "The Primarch's crime belongs to the Primarch. His sons will not share his fate." The Lion said, "You cannot prove them safe." "No. Then you accept the risk. We will alter the nature of the risk." Dawn understood first. What will remain of them? Their utility. Russ's expression darkened. They are not machines to be stripped and rebuilt. Malcador looked at him. "No, machines are easier." The Sigillite placed both hands upon his staff. "They may survive. Their legion cannot." Astaver and his brothers were transported to vaults beneath Terra. No record identified the vessels carrying them. Their armor was stripped of heraldry before departure. Legion numerals were ground from breastplates. Honor rolls were burned aboard the ships that had borne them through the Great Crusade. The process was called attunement. The word suggested harmony. The reality was psychic mutilation. Legionaries entered stone chambers alone. Silver restraints closed around wrists, ankles, throat, and skull. Psychic conduits descended from ceilings carved with symbols older than the Imperial Palace. Sanctioned adepts surrounded the tables. Most died after processing fewer than 3 Astartes. Malcador entered every mind. Names vanished first. A warrior remembered standing beside a brother beneath the guns of Helicon. Then the brother's face remained while the name disappeared. He reached for it. Pain answered. The memory folded into darkness. Heraldry followed. Colors lost meaning. Legion symbols became meaningless lines. Campaign banners faded from recollection. Oaths were severed from the voices that had spoken them. Some warriors resisted. One tore both hands free from adamantium restraints, leaving skin and muscle hanging from the cuffs. Blood vessels ruptured throughout his eyes. He reached for Malcador, while blood streamed from his nose and ears. The Sigillite erased the reason for his anger. The warrior stopped. Another fought until pressure burst small vessels inside his brain. He convulsed upon the table, biting through his tongue. Psychic fire burned behind his eyes. When he awoke, he possessed new deployment orders. He did not remember the missing decades. He did not know that anything had been removed. Others emerged calm. They saluted officers whose legions they had never served. They accepted armor without recognizing that its colors were new. They read revised service histories and found no contradiction between the written record and their own damaged memories. The emptiness did not hurt because the knowledge of injury had been taken with everything else. Across the Imperium, the Legion ceased to exist. Its warships were redistributed under sealed authority. Some received new names. Others were dismantled within Mechanicum yards, whose laborers were executed after the work was complete. Armories were divided. Bolters, plasma weapons, Volkite culverins, Terminator plate and armored vehicles entered stores belonging to other expeditionary commands. Serial marks were removed. Machine spirits were purged of campaign data. Gene seed reserves disappeared into vaults protected by orders no apothecary was permitted to read. The surviving personnel vanished into formations that did not record where they had come from. Administratum clerks altered fleet roles. Mechanicum adepts deleted forge registries. Iterators rewrote victories. At Helicon, official histories credited a coalition of Imperial forces. The commander's identity became uncertain, then disputed, then absent. At Karen Gate, the moon's destruction was attributed entirely to Rangdan weapons. The savior of the northern frontier became an unnamed strategic council. The dead remained dead. Only their executioner disappeared. An Imperial delegation returned to the Primarch's homeworld. The poisoned sky had not changed. Fortress cities still rose from the salt wastes. Roads remained guarded. Food convoys traveled without interference beneath laws written by the pale ruler who had united them. The delegation began with the statues. Demolition charges shattered bronze likenesses in every public square. Monumental faces broke from towers and crashed into streets. Workers dragged the fragments to furnaces. Archives were opened and burned. Military texts bearing the Primarch's corrections were destroyed. Childhood accounts vanished. Campaign maps were erased. Every oath mentioning the world's lost ruler became a crime. The veterans were summoned. Old men came in radiation cloaks and rusting uniforms. Some had marched during the first wars of unification. Some remembered the silent child who learned their language in a day. Interrogators questioned them. Names, places, words spoken, the manner in which he killed, the expression upon his face when the wars ended. When the questioning finished, none were released. Bolt pistols fired throughout the night. Bodies filled the execution pits their ruler had once ordered built. At dawn, the cities received a proclamation. No son of the emperor had ever ruled them. No expeditionary fleet had ever found such a being there. Their unification had been accomplished by local commanders whose names were lost during the wars. The population was ordered to accept the correction. They did. The world remained obedient even after the source of its obedience had been declared non-existent. The final judgment was rendered within the deepest council chamber beneath the palace. The emperor stood before his sons. The truth cannot survive. Horus stared at him. He saved the Northern Imperium. He endangered the species. Both are true. That is why neither can be known. Guilliman frowned. History may be sealed without being destroyed. No. The Emperor's voice carried absolute finality. His argument was born from imperial methods. Worlds were compelled, cultures erased, populations destroyed for unity. He carried those principles to their conclusion and created a form of peace that required the end of human will. Dawn said, then knowledge of his failure could serve as warning. It could also serve as instruction. No one answered. The Emperor looked upon them. He is not erased because he achieved nothing. He is erased because what he achieved may persuade others that he was correct. Russ stood with both fists clenched. This was tragedy. The Emperor's gaze turned toward him. It became treason. No. Treason requires a man to know he has turned against his own. He believed he was saving them. Belief does not absolve consequence. It does not make grief unlawful. Russ left before dismissal. Dawn returned to the palace walls and worked until his sons began to fear that even a Primarch might collapse from exhaustion. He spoke less than before. Whenever construction plans contained unexplained empty spaces, he ordered them filled without asking what had once occupied them. Guilliman created new procedures. No Primarch would again govern distant territories without reporting structures, independent fleet reviews, and overlapping chains of authority. Administrators called the reforms excessive. Guilliman did not explain what had inspired them. Horus refused silence longest. He bled for the Imperium, he told Malkador. He stood at Karan while whole sectors waited to die. You cannot ask us to behave as though he never existed. I do not ask. You command. Yes. Then command me to forget that he was my brother. Malkador's face carried no satisfaction. That command will come. Horus stepped closer. You think grief can be excised like diseased flesh? No. Then why? Because grief does not grant permission to reopen a sealed wound. He deserves remembrance. Remembrance is what makes him dangerous. Horus looked toward the empty plinths in the palace halls. And what makes us human? Malkador lowered his eyes. That may be the price. Asta Ver was the last. The vault contained no witnesses beyond the sigillite and the custodian guards. Ver lay upon the stone table without restraints. He had requested none. His armor was gone. A plain black body glove covered the scars accumulated over more than a century of war. The mnemonic core rested beside him, sealed within a lead box. Malkador stood at the head of the table. You know what will happen. Yes, you may resist. I know. It will achieve nothing. That has not prevented men from resisting before. For the first time, the Sigillite's mouth almost formed a smile. Your gene father taught you that. Vare looked at the ceiling. I do not know what he taught me anymore. Malkador touched 2 fingers to his forehead. The vault disappeared. Asta Vare stood inside the Imgur monolith. The impossible portal was closing. Hundreds of tons of black metal descended toward him. Primarch held it open, wounded, bleeding, muscle exposed beneath burned skin. Through, his father commanded. Vare held the memory. Malkador entered it. The Primarch's face began to blur. Vare fought. He remembered pale skin, dark eyes, the absolute stillness of his expression. The features dissolved. He preserved the voice. Through. The word became sound without identity. Then the sound vanished. Vare clung to the hand braced beneath the portal. A father's hand. The fingers disappeared into white light. He remembered that he had possessed a gene sire. Malkador reached deeper. The relationship came apart. There had been a commander. No. A brother. No. A shadow. No. Nothing. Asta Vare felt his own name begin to loosen. He held one final thought beneath the collapsing weight of memory. It belonged to no campaign record, no oath, no legion. Monsters may still love what they destroy. Then Malkador took the monster. He took the love. He took the thing destroyed. The warrior opened his eyes. The Sigillite stood above him. State your name. The warrior answered. It was not Asta Vare. The servants came for the statue before dawn. They entered the investuary beneath shrouds of grey cloth, accompanied by custodians and silent adepts carrying cutting tools. No herald announced them. No remembrancer was permitted to witness their labor. The doors were sealed behind them, and the palace corridors beyond were emptied by men who did not know what offense they were concealing. 20 immense plinths stood within the hall. Upon them rested the likenesses of the Emperor's sons, each carved larger than life from stone, taken from the first mountains raised above Terra's ancient oceans. Horus stood noble beneath a sculpted cloak. The Khan's marble braids fell across armor, cut with the signs of Chogoris. Russ had been rendered in the instant before violence, one hand upon his blade, lips drawn back from his teeth. Dawn stood as though his stone body supported the ceiling above him. 2 statues had already been covered. The servants gathered before one of them. They fixed suspensor chains around the shrouded figure. Diamond saws screamed against the statue's ankles. Stone dust filled the air. Beneath the cloth, a face no common man was permitted to remember began to separate from the palace that had once honored it. The first blow of the demolition hammer echoed through the investiary. Stop! The single word struck harder than the machinery. The servants froze. Horus Lupercal stood beneath the eastern archway. Jagatai Khan entered beside him, his expression controlled and dangerous. Alfarius followed a pace behind, smaller in appearance, only because he chose to stand among his own legionaries whenever possible. No guards accompanied the 3 Primarchs. None were required. The custodians crossed their spears before the statue. Horus approached until the guardian blades touched his breastplate. Remove them. The custodians did not obey. They act upon my authority. Malkador emerged from behind the veiled plinths. The Sigillite wore plain robes the color of old ash. His staff struck the stone with each step. Servants bowed low as he passed, though none lifted their eyes toward him. Horus looked beyond the custodians to the severed feet of the statue. Your authority does not exceed his blood. Here, it does. He won worlds for the Imperium. So have many who received no monument. He broke the Rangdan advance. He also committed crimes that endangered the species he claimed to defend. The marble likeness remained hidden beneath its shroud. Horus stared at it as though the cloth itself were an insult. He bled beside us. Blood does not sanctify betrayal. It was not betrayal. Malcador's eyes hardened. You know nothing of what it was, because you have forbidden the knowing. The Khan moved forward. His voice was quieter than Horus's, but silence gathered around it. A crime concealed does not cease to exist. It enters those denied knowledge of it. Sons inherit the poison without understanding the wound. The wound is sealed, said Malcador. A sealed wound may rot. This one cannot be permitted air. The Khan looked toward the statue. Then you fear more than memory. Yes. The answer came without shame. Alpharius had not moved from the archway. His eyes traveled across the hall, measuring entrances, guard positions, and the arrangement of the remaining statues. What threat requires the mutilation of your own history? He asked. Malcador looked at him. A dead one. Then why are you afraid? I did not say dead things cease to be dangerous. Alpharius smiled without amusement. An enemy that survives as information. A conclusion that should remain untested. You have removed fleet registries, armory marks, and genealogical data. You have rewritten campaign histories. You have altered the memories of men who stood beside him. Malcador's fingers tightened upon his staff. You have been investigating sealed records. I investigate everything. That belief will one day kill you. Perhaps. It has not yet answered my question. There will be no answer. Horus struck one fist against his breastplate. The impact rang through the hall. He was our brother. He was a danger. Both can be true. They can no longer be spoken. Horus stepped closer to the shrouded statue. The custodians lowered their spears. He ignored them. His victories are ours. His errors are ours. You cannot tear him from the bloodline and pretend the absence is natural. I do not require the absence to appear natural, Malcador said. I require it to remain unquestioned. Horus turned. Anger transformed him. The warmth that drew armies and brothers into his orbit disappeared. For a moment, there was only the terrible majesty of the first found son, the conqueror who had broken empires and watched kings crawl toward him through the blood of their households. Then hear me question it. The sigillite's face remained still. Horus spoke the beginning of a name. The first sound left his mouth. It carried no meaning to the servants. Their minds recoiled before recognizing it. Several collapsed, blood leaking from their ears. One began screaming with his jaw locked shut. Malcador lifted one hand. Horus stopped breathing. The Primarch's body rose from the floor. His boots hung above the stone. Both hands flew to his throat. No physical fingers touched him, yet the flesh beneath his jaw crushed inward. His face darkened. Veins swelled across his temples. The Khan moved. Custodian blades barred his path. Alpharius's hand disappeared beneath his cloak. Release him, the Khan said. Malcador did not look away from Horus. The first found son fought the pressure. Muscles capable of breaking armored doors locked beneath his plate. His mouth opened. Blood ran across his teeth as he forced air through a throat held closed by psychic power. Mal. The sound broke. His eyes widened. Al! Malcador tightened his hand. Horus struck the floor upon one knee. The stone cracked beneath him. A being capable of conquering worlds collapsed before an old man whose flesh appeared scarcely strong enough to carry his robes. The council members gathered beyond the investiary doors, watched in horror. Mortal lords covered their mouths. Generals who had seen planets burn lowered their eyes. Even the custodians seemed carved from greater stillness. Malcador released him. Horus fell forward, one gauntlet striking the floor. He dragged breath into his lungs. The sigillite stood above him. The prohibition is not ceremonial. Horus looked up through strands of black hair. Hatred flickered across his face. Malcador saw it. He remembered it. "The statue will be removed," he said. "The plinth will be destroyed. The absence will remain." The servants resumed their work. Diamond saws screamed. The shrouded giant tilted as suspensors took its weight. Stone broke from stone. Dust spread around the kneeling Warmaster like ash from a funeral pyre. Years later, the imperial palace shook beneath the guns of Horus. The name of the first found son had become a curse hurled across Terra by armies that once carried it with pride. His vessels filled the skies. His legionaries murdered their way through the outer works. Titans strode through the ruins of walls Rogel Dawn had believed capable of resisting gods. Beneath the western foundations, Dawn stood before another absence. The brass door waited within a chamber painted with the blood of executed laborers. The archaic mark of the second remained upon it, too upright. Strokes cut into metal that had not corroded despite the ages buried around it. Dawn's hand remained closed around Malkador's robes. "What did I ask you to make me forget?" The sigillite hung above the floor in the Primarch's grip. "To forget your brother." "Why?" "Release me." Dawn lowered him. Malkador straightened his robes and looked toward the bodies surrounding them. Custodians stood at the edge of the chamber, their guardian spears wet with the blood of men killed for seeing the wrong door. The palace trembled again. Dust fell from the ceiling. "Every weapon beneath these walls is required," Dawn said. "Every warrior, every sealed arsenal. Horus has brought 9 legions against Terra. If something lies beyond this door that may preserve the throne, I will use it. That is why the door must remain closed. You presume to decide what risks Terra may endure. I preserve a decision you already made." Dawn stared at him. Malkador planted the base of his staff upon the floor. "The seal can be weakened, not removed. What returns may not be orderly. I require truth, not order. You have spent your existence proving otherwise. Do it." The sigillite closed his eyes. Pain entered Dawn's skull. The brass door became a sun. Memory returned as broken glass driven through the mind. A child walked beneath a poisoned sky, blood and brain matter drying upon his small hands. A pale giant stood upon a mountain of corpses and asked why mankind must possess the right to disobey. Helicon opened beneath bombardment. Civilians vanished into red mist around void shield generators. Bolter shells burst men apart across moving conveyor belts. Imperial iterators called it restraint. The Ymga monolith consumed the stars. Green fire stripped flesh from legionaries, while their father held open an impossible gate. His muscles tore. His armor burned. He ordered his sons through before himself. The face remained absent. Dawn saw its outline. Every attempt to fill it produced agony. Karen Major split apart. 800 million citizens died between one heartbeat and the next. Continents became fire. Legionaries vanished without knowing they had been abandoned. The Northern Imperium survived. Then came the silent cities. Millions knelt. A worker sawed through his own wrist without fear. Tendons snapped. Bone grated beneath the blade. His severed hand fell into a fountain while he continued declaring loyalty in a voice identical to every man around him. Dawn saw the final chamber. The axiom turned within nested rings. The Emperor stood before his son. The memory divided. In one, golden fire consumed the Primarch. His body became a black outline and collapsed into ash. In another, the second stepped backward through an opening that led into the starless heart of Ymga. The portal closed before the Emperor could follow. In another, the Primarch lay dying upon the floor. The Emperor knelt beside him, one blood-covered hand against the pale brow of a son who had never learned why men embraced one another. The memories contradicted each other. Each carried the weight of truth. Dawn staggered. Malkador caught his forearm. "You altered this. I sealed it. You changed what occurred. No. Then which memory is true? I do not know." Dawn stared at him. "That is impossible." No, it is intolerable. There is a difference. The sigillite guided him away from the brass. The axiom damaged causality around the final chamber. Your brother may have died. He may have escaped into a phase state. He may have become an imprint within the mechanism. The Emperor gave no account. And his legion? Spared. Dawn remembered warriors kneeling without weapons, a first captain offering an entire bloodline for execution. Why? Because you argued for it. Dawn's head turned. You and Gilliman distinguished the failure of the father from the worth of the sons. You demanded that they not share his fate. I remember none of this. You asked not to. Malcador's voice became quieter. The knowledge damaged every brother who retained it. Russ called it tragedy. Horus demanded remembrance. The Lion required certainty no one could provide. You and Gilliman understood that the Great Crusade could not continue, while each Primarch wondered whether Imperial unity would eventually demand the destruction of human will. Dawn looked at the mark upon the door. We requested the alteration. Yes. Father ordered it. He permitted it. And you performed it. With your consent. Dawn saw himself in another time, standing beside Gilliman before the sigillite. His former self looked exhausted, not physically. Primarch bodies endured what killed mortal armies. The exhaustion lay deeper. Dawn heard his own forgotten voice. Take it from us. Leave enough to know there was a failure. Remove enough that we may continue without seeing his reasoning inside every Imperial command. The memory closed. Dawn's fists tightened. Could he have prevented this? Prevented what? The heresy. Above them, artillery struck the palace. The chamber lurched. One of the laborers' corpses rolled into a pool of blood. Dawn looked upward as though he could see Horus's fleets through kilometers of stone. No legion could have rebelled beneath the axiom. No commander could have falsified orders. No warrior could have raised a weapon against the throne. Malcador watched him. The temptation was immediate. That made it horrifying. Dawn imagined the palace network linked to the machine. Every defender moving with a single intention. Every frightened mortal soldier stripped of panic. Every traitor made incapable of disobedience. Horus himself, kneeling as the will to rebel, vanished from his brain. The war would end. The guns would fall silent. Terror would survive. The species would be preserved. Nothing would remain that could choose otherwise. Dawn tasted blood. His teeth had cut through the inside of his mouth. Malcador said, "You see? A weapon may be used without becoming its creator. That is what your brother believed. I am not him. No, you are desperate." The words struck cleanly. Dawn looked again at the door. For one heartbeat, he wanted it opened. He wanted whatever remained beyond it placed in his hands. He wanted obedience without delay, fortification without hesitation, and victory without the weakness of individual will. He understood why the second had called it peace. That understanding condemned the chamber more completely than any evidence of corruption. A son willing to abolish mankind would not have saved the Imperium, Malcador said. He would have replaced one apocalypse with another. Dawn turned from the brass. Seal it. It is sealed. Bury it. The sigillite studied him. Dawn looked toward the custodians. The chambers of the 2nd and the 11th are to be entombed beneath stone, armor, and ferrocrete. Collapse every access route. Alter the foundation plans. No mark is to remain. And the palace defense will endure without them. He took one last look at the archaic numeral. This is a tomb that should remain forgotten. Work began at once. Servitors carried slabs of armor plate into the excavation. Imperial Fists engineers filled the passages with reinforced stone. Ferrocrete poured over the brass until the ancient metal disappeared beneath grey burial layers. Another chamber nearby received the same treatment. No one spoke of what its door had carried. Malcador raised his staff. The psychic seal descended. Dawn felt memory narrowing. The pale giant's outline faded. Helicon's rivers of blood became an unnamed campaign. The exploding moon lost its place in history. The kneeling millions became a nightmare without source. The reason for the burial disappeared. Only the order remained. Dawn walked away while the palace shook. His gauntlets trembled. He did not know why. 10,000 years passed. The Imperium endured by forgetting what it had once intended to become. Robert Gilliman stood before a projection of gene seed lineages within a chamber aboard the Macrage's Honor. Data moved through the air around him. Legion bloodlines, chapter foundations, and implantation records unfolded in ordered columns. Cowl Inferior addressed him through a mechanical face. The construct bore the voice and mannerisms of Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cowl, without possessing the whole of the being it represented. Its eyes glowed behind layers of augmetic glass. The unused genetic repositories remain viable, it said. Material derived from all 20 original sources has been stabilized. Gilliman's expression hardened. All? Every available line. The 2 failed sources are forbidden. Their legionaries were not responsible for the failures of their gene fathers. The statement opened a place inside Gilliman's mind that possessed no memory, only fear. It was not the fear of corruption associated with the traitor legions. It was colder, older, the sensation of looking into a perfectly ordered future and recognizing that nothing human had survived inside it. Cowl Inferior continued, "Genetic material is not morally culpable. It may be tested, corrected, and deployed. No, the rejection is not founded upon current data. No, then it is founded upon incomplete memory." Gilliman looked toward the projection. 2 lines remained dark. He could not recall the brothers from whom they came. He remembered empty plinths, forbidden conversation, and the conviction that some histories were dangerous, even when their details were gone. Those sources will not be used. Your reasoning? Gilliman stared at the absence. I do not possess it. Then the prohibition is irrational. Perhaps. The Primarch terminated the display. The prohibition remains. Far beyond the Imperium's guarded routes, the Ymga monolith waited. A warp storm advanced through the Attila system, its tides swallowing dead worlds and tearing light into colors no human eye could survive. Demonic shapes moved inside the storm. Psychic fire reached toward the black structure. The monolith glowed. A perfect sphere formed around it. Within that sphere, the warp ceased. Alien vessels emerged from hidden dimensions around the structure. Their crescent hulls reflected green light. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. For several moments, identical craft occupied the same coordinates, each as real as the others. Then half disappeared. Deep within the monolith, corridors rebuilt themselves in silence. A chamber opened where no chamber had existed. Its walls contained no statue, sarcophagus, or throne, only an imprint. A gigantic human hand had been burned into the black metal. The fingers were spread, as though holding back a weight capable of crushing armies. Green light moved through the damaged shape. Dead machinery awakened. A voice whispered from no speaker. It possessed no name. It might have been an ancient recording. It might have been the monolith imitating a pattern preserved within itself. It might have belonged to a son the Emperor had failed to kill. Peace is merely war, in which only one will remains. The warp storm broke around the sphere of perfect order. The monolith continued waiting.